Hello, everybody, and welcome to the War Room for this Cards Open number 14, the last Cards Open of 2022. My name is Olikrummi Steinarsson, and I am joined by a fantastic panel of experts here today: Darkness, Jking7, and Spooz. We have an action-packed day for you ready today. We have 4 players left in the tournament. They're going to be fighting in a double elimination bracket, best out of 5s all the way through to crown a winner of Cards Open number 14. Before we get started with the pre-show, let's take a quick look at the bracket so that you all know what to expect here today. And there you see it. It's going to be xyloser against Head. That is definitely a battle from the eastern part of the world. On the other side, we have No5 versus Kolbasnik. Now, keep in mind, the winner of each is going to move forward into the grand finals, whereas the losers are going to be playing it out for the bronze match. So, with that said, today we got a lot of action. We have some deck lists. I'll throw it out to the group. Before we go through any of the kind of full lists for everybody, it's a pretty standard deck list type of tournament, right? There's not a whole lot of confusing and new things. You know, anything that sticks out to you, Darkness?
Deck-wise, I'm looking interested in Brit Air. Two competitors are not bringing Brit Air at all. One is bringing the very old version with Brit Japan Air, the Sonyas, and some pin mechanics. 9.5 is bringing Brit US Air, more like a mid-ranged version. I'm definitely interested to follow those decks and see and figure out what ally will be next for the next Brit Air deck, since Italy got nerfed and is not that strong anymore. But besides that, it's pretty standard. Of course, there are different things like mobilization from Kolbasnik and German US ally Frontline deck, like minor tweaks. We even see artillery, so overall it's definitely a mixed lineup, but nothing total wild. It's just going to be interesting, I guess.
Awesome. And well, before we jump into Head's deck lists, I got to throw this over to you, Jking. Now, the World Championship is next weekend, right? Head is one of the competitors in the top 4 for the World Championship. If you were Head in this situation, bringing a full 4 decks into a tournament the weekend before the World Championship Grand Finals, what are you doing? Are you trying to throw people off? Are you bringing and testing out what you actually want to bring? Like, how would you approach that?
I mean, from my perspective, is you don't actually play a large number of games in any given tournament. So if you just want to strictly test a deck to see how good it is, it's much better to just do that with a friend in private, where it's not on stream, where everyone can see what you're playing. However, I also think that there's a fair amount of value of just bringing what you want to bring. I don't think it's the end of the world if people have a good idea of what you're bringing, because even at the end of the day, if you bring 3 out of the 4 decks that you brought to the previous tournament, that one changed a deck could be the difference between your lineup crushing somebody or being crushed. So even if you're bringing like 3 of the 4 same decks, I think it's perfectly fine. So from Head, we see, I believe he has 3 of the same 4 decks that he brought to top 6 or top 32. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of these decks again from him in the top 4, but maybe he's going to throw us all off and bring new decks, so I'm not going to take anything granted and just assume that this is what he's bringing, but I'll be interested to see.
I got you. All right, let's bring up Head's deck list here, and I'll throw it over to Spooz to walk us through what he's actually going to be bringing to the tournament here today.
Yeah, Darkness already mentioned it. We have the return of the Soviet US artillery deck. A deck that plays a lot of 1, 2, 3 drop artilleries. It was, when was it? At the beginning of the year, last year, very, very popular. A lot of people play it. Then several cards out of it got nerfed, and then it somehow disappeared. But Head just giving it a revival today. A deck that can burst out a lot of damage in the later turns. So even if you kind of think you survived the early stages, dealt with his artilleries, then with stuff like the how's it called? The XIV, an artillery that has a pincer effect to give another unit blitz and also giving itself blitz then. And in combination with the periodic firestorm and Ura, this can be a lot of damage in one turn. Then the second deck is the US German deck. So the so-called US Frontline deck, or also mid-range deck. A deck that we've seen quite a few times in the past tournaments, seen some comebacks there. And yeah, a deck that is heavily relying on controlling the front line to get value out of your stuff, like the Shermans, and also with one Blitzkrieg in it, it can be a lot of damage potentially on one turn. It has a lot of Blitz unit in his deck, so even if you are the opponent and kind of have an empty board, or just 1 or 2 units in the front line, this deck can pop up really quickly and just OTK you in one turn, even if you have 15, 20 health. And the third one, yeah, a deck that we see a lot today. I think each player is bringing it. It is just the good old Japan-German Feint Retreat Jaggro deck. We have a lot of diversity in decks today. We will see later. Some people are even playing Nebelwerfer today. Het is bringing Audacity. We've seen it in one of the previous tournaments. That I'm not sure who brought it, but I think the Chinese community is kind of experimenting with Audacity and Jaggro. I'm not too convinced about it. We also did not see it being too valuable so far, but yeah, maybe we see it today. Yeah, then there's just stuff like the Signal Regiment, the super strong Feint Retreat, which the deck is named after, and yeah, just your usual Jaggro deck. Everyone, it's quite hard to deal with it when you don't have the correct answers.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels like one of those decks that, you know, given the right starting hand for the player playing Jaggro, there's just no counterplay to it, right? Like, it doesn't matter what you do if you don't just draw exactly what you need. That deck just wins. So
yeah, even with the Signal Regiment, like, this card can be really annoying when you don't have answers to it. So even if you guard your HQ and your opponent cannot reach it, Signal Regiment can just constantly do the damage there, and yeah, can just lead to a very disappointing lose there.
yeah.
And the final deck, also mentioned by Darkness already, Britain Japan. I would call it a pin control deck, kind of. It has the Type 94 TK in it, that card that gives you a surprise attack. The Suze on Japanese side there, naval operation. So a lot of stuff that can just completely shut down all aggression, also delaying tactics to just push units back, pin them in the front line. Your opponent cannot deploy something potentially. So a lot of stuff that can just make it really annoying to play against. But on the other hand, it's kind of weak to decks that play big units. Sure, you have the Type 94 surprise attacks, but yeah, we've seen it in previous tournaments, and I'm not too convinced about it. Maybe he's just bringing it today to try out how good it is in the current meta. But me personally, I'm not too convinced. It could be really strong in several matchups, but overall, I guess it's just a mediocre deck.
All right. Well, I wanna take a moment and double down on two of the decks there. You know, US Frontline and Jaggro. These are decks that we seem to see a lot of, right? So I'm gonna throw this over to you, Jking. Number one, like, why does everyone just constantly bring Jaggro? And then two, with US Frontline, what is the secret to playing against US Frontline, to kind of neutralize the power of that deck?
So to answer the first question, when you're bringing a 4-deck lineup, and you have to bring a deck from 4 different nations, Jaggro is just a very, very safe pick, because it's just something that's going to be essentially evergreen. There's almost never going to be a meta where there's 4 decks that consistently hard counter Jaggro. You'll usually have at minimum a 50% win rate across the board against almost everything. And when you have to bring 4 decks from each nation, there's not a strong other Japanese deck that you might pick. Like, we've seen people experiment with Japan-France Resistance or Japan-Poland Control, but other than that, Japan-German Feint Retreat aggro is just a very, very consistent Japan deck, and you'll probably want to bring a Japan deck versus a homebrew control deck, generally speaking, which is why we just see a lot of people pick a fill in that deck slot. And for the US-German mid-range, one of the main ways to contest the deck is just try to contest the front line as early as possible, even if you're a control deck. Instead of developing more units in the support line, which might just be bounced by a half track, and you can quickly lose out on tempo, is to just throw things into the front line, make US mid-range spend the credits to try to take back the front line, don't just let them have it for free. And actually, we've seen a couple of tech cards, especially the Petliakov, has really coming out strong in the past couple months, of the 2-4 Soviet army that prevents deployment effects from triggering, because the US-German frontline deck is almost entirely deployment effects. So you can really just lock them out of the game if you can get a protected Petliakov.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I see there is a deck in xyloser's deck list that we're going to be taking a look at in just a moment. That is the Soviet Japan self damage deck that we've seen people throw Petliakovs into, right? Assuming that's partially to counter the US frontline deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We even
Awesome.
saw Petliakov in Head's artillery deck.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. The Petliakov is also one of those cards that I think, well, for me at least, I always forget what it does, and I always like swam bam a deployment effect down on the field, and then look like a fool, right? Which is a double satisfaction for my opponent. But let's move on over to xyloser's decks here. I'll throw this one over to you, Darkness. Why don't you run us through the deck list here for xyloser?
Yeah, as you already mentioned, xyloser is bringing self-damage, but I had a look into it, and he's not running Petliakov. And it's a traditional version with Japan ally. We saw last weekend Jking trying this with Italy. And I also saw multiple decks, but most of the time you are seeing the 33rd Recans and Scouting Party providing card draw with Bloody Sickles and Winter Warfare. Very stable, actually strong against J aggro if you know how to play this deck. Then the second deck I was mentioning before. This is a Brit Japan air deck with pin control elements. Not the Brit Japan control deck with pin and bomber elements. It's easy to confuse, but totally different from the decks. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see this old style Brit Japan deck in action with the air superiority. See if Sonya is working with the Empire Strikes and able to kill something. It's like the nostalgic feeling of Brit Air, and I wonder how this is going to work for xyloser. Then the third one is J aggro. I don't need to say a lot about this. It's like the standard version, but Spooz mentioned the Nebelwerfer, and also xyloser is running 2 times Kagoshima Regiment to counter heal. Very interesting decision. And the last one, it's interesting. It's German-US frontline. xyloser did not choose the US-German frontline, but German-US. A very interesting decision, maybe because he values the US elites more, like the Heinkel is pretty strong, so is Admiral Hipper, Jagdbomber, Comet, and Leopold, of course. And autocannon, maybe. I'm not very sure about this, but it's definitely an interesting decision. Already looking at the first card in his deck, the 32nd Infantry Regiment, which he only runs 3 copies of. So, yeah, I hope we will see a mirror matchup or close to mirror matchup between US-German frontline and German-US frontline to see which one is superior and how strong these Nebelwerfers are. They went lost for 1 or 2 years, not showing up in the meta, but now coming back in this tournament. It's very interesting.
One thing that kind of sticks out to me when I look at that deck, and you can speak more about, but it feels like it's very much lacking in draw. It's only the 2 22nd Infantry Regiments, that have any type of draw. Am I missing any enigmas or anything in the list? But
You're not missing enigmas, but Germany is very strong in cycling its own cards. Like Arado is giving you an order. 22nd Infantry Regiment is drawing at the end of the turn. Heinkel is giving you and Spoils of War, which allows you to draw. Panzer 3H is allowing you to draw from 1 out of 3. And there's one Gathering Storm to refill your hand in the late game. Give you a random infantry, tank, artillery, and fighter from your deck. So there is some draw, but yes, it does not has the Sherman synergy with like endless card draw if you're hitting those with US units in the front line. So it's a little bit more likely to run out of cards, although most of the time Germany is able to handle that.
So, well, much like in the last deck lineup, I quite like this. Now that we have Jking here with us, as probably the most experienced tournament player in cards. So I have two questions about decks that I saw there, right? One is Soviet self-damage now running Katyusha plus Yura to kind of find that finishing blow out of nowhere type thing. Where does that stack versus other variants, and what are some of the considerations when choosing what type of Soviet self-damage deck variant to bring?
I think it depends a lot on what you were cutting to put in these Uras and these Katyushas, because we've seen some players replace the counter-offensive to run this, so it's sort of a separate burst combo. We've seen some players run this with counter-offensive, and I think if you're running it with counter-offensive, there's obviously the combination of counter-offensive plus Ura, which lets you burst an incredible amount of damage directly from the support line. However, that does mean you have significantly more quote-unquote dead cards in your hand, where if you draw them early enough, you don't want an Ura, you don't want a counter-offensive if you don't have units on the board. But the Katyusha does actually work really well for controlling the board earlier in the game, especially against decks that can struggle to reach the support line immediately. So I think it is difficult to answer the question directly, I suppose, of how they match up into each other. I think people are really still feeling out self-damage, and there's a lot of room to explore in that archetype. However, I do think Soviet Japan does seem to be the dominant archetype so far, and I can't see that changing anytime soon.
Okay, interesting. The other thing is we've now seen the two players here, and neither of them are bringing Brit Air, right? No, wait, we saw one, but two people today are not bringing Brit Air, right? Normally, when Brit kind of becomes popular, everybody's bringing Brit Air. With the changes to Italy, is Brit Air now being challenged as like the best Brit deck for a tournament situation by pin control or mobilize, or is it still going to be dominant?
In my personal opinion, I think Brit Air is likely still better than Mobilize or Pin Control, just on its own. However, there can certainly be lineups where you specifically are targeting decks that require a decks different than Brit Air. But the fact that people are trying out these things is what's really important, I think, because it's now not taken for granted that Britain Air is the best deck in the game and a deck you must bring to every tournament. Now there's room to explore Britain Air with separate allies, and we've seen several people trying out Mobilize, where this is a good deck, but no one's brought it in the past because we have to not bring Brit Air to bring Mobilize. But now maybe Mobilize can challenge Brit Air for that spot, and I mean, I said that I don't think it can, but I would love to be proven wrong. And I think that's what some of these players are here to do today, is show the strength of British decks separate from Air.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's it's gonna be super interesting. And I think we'll keep it like this. I'll have Darkness and Spooz run through the decks, and I'll throw questions to Jking to get the in-depth analysis. I like this. All right. Next up is going to be No and Fives at deck lineup. Spooz, why don't you walk us through that one?
Absolutely love to. So Noan is bringing Soviet Japan self-damage. Nothing really outstanding there. He's also bringing 2 copies of the Perlyakov. bringing one Shinodo, triple counter offensive. So he can potentially run into a situation that Jking just mentioned, where you have a hand full of orders and not really a lot of units on the board, and it can just potentially throw you back a little bit there. Then, we just have Japan, Germany, Feint Retreat. Nothing really outstanding that Known is bringing here that I would think, ooh, that's really an interesting tech. He's playing with the Type 96 anti-air gun and also triple Mido regiment. So we've seen, I'm not sure who it was. I think it was Head who's bringing triple Shinodo. Known just decided to go triple Mido regiment. So that we will see which one should be better. Shinodo for sure. It's a little bit more damage potentially, but the Mido is just good when your opponent is having the front line and you're not able to reach his HQ. It's a really good tech card to just deal the missing damage there potentially, and combined with a Signal Regiment can be even more annoying. Then the third deck is a Britain-US air deck. Known decided to go for the US ally for Brit Air, having access to the cards like the Greyhound and also the P-38 Lightning. He's also playing double Privateer. I think this card we've only seen a few months after the release and then it just disappeared. But today we will see its comeback, and yeah, we will also see how good it is in the current meta. And the third deck, yeah, this is just the known 5 signature deck, I guess. A deck that is brought in almost every tournament in the past month. It is the German-US ramp deck. We still don't know how this deck should work, or I mean, potentially you ramp and then you just slam out all these big tanks. He has a lot of bounce, he has a lot of control stuff. He's also playing with Campaign Trail, the card that was recently changed. Now you can operate your units for free, and after you operate them or after your turn they get healed, which makes this card way more better. And yeah, with all these big boys, also the FW and stuff like that, this card can get a lot of value. Also just the signature 1, the Alliance in the deck, just to surprise your opponent when you have a good board there, just to bring in the extra stats to have lethal there. We saw that, I think, in the first appearance with this deck, but he was not too successful with it in the past tournaments. So we will see how it goes today.
Awesome. Well, again, as always, this inspires a couple questions. For me, the first one is Brit Air. Now that Italy has been nerfed, it seems to be US, Japan. What are the differences between these two support nations? You know, how does it change how you play the deck and how you play against it for you, Jking?
So the Britain-Japan ally is much more interested in tempo, and in some cases burst, depending on what cards you're running, because you get the air superiority, the 1-cost order that deals 3 damage to a target unit. If you control an air unit, you're often running Type 94s to gain the surprise attack because you have a shockingly large amount of pin in air. Some people run Type 93s, you can run Burst of Fire. All these very cheap 1-cost cards to combine with the 1-cost cards of the British Planes, the Gladiator and the Swordfish, to really press the tempo early, and it becomes a much more board-centric deck that really tries to end the game as quickly as possible with this overwhelming tempo. Whereas with US, and especially what we see with Noen's deck, it's much more about slowly gaining board control and maintaining board control with these bombers to just build up a unbeatable board that will just win you the game. An inevitability. That's where those privateers come in. That's where the P-38s come in, buffing the attack of your bombers. Not necessarily to deal more damage to the HQ, but to deal damage to the units to better control the board with your bombers. So it's slower, but arguably more consistent. So if you're playing against a Britain-US, you don't necessarily have to be worried about them trying to end the game in 5-6 turns. But you do have to be slightly more conservative with your removal, because they will have larger and larger threats than the Britain-Japan.
Awesome. Yo, hey, I like this, Jking. Can you do more war rooms with us? You know, it's like we have an encyclopedia of tournament decks here. Okay, another one. Known 5's, what we are calling now the Panzer deck. We've often called this the draft deck, right? Because it just feels like he went through draft and just took all the valuable cards, right? he's found success with it. It's also been beat a couple of times. What do you think about this deck in general? And why don't we see this in any other nation or any other player bringing this type of deck where it's kind of just it doesn't seem to fit any like specific archetype. Just feels like it just wants to outvalue their opponent, right?
Well, I must say, no offense to no one, I must say I'm not a fan of this deck. I have seen this deck played a lot. I have played with this deck a bit. And I think honestly the reason nobody else brings it that much is nobody else can find success with it. But I mean, no one does. No one is finding success with this, and that's why he is bringing it. And I can't really explain it. He just has some magic factor with this deck where it just always works. And yeah, I think the reason we don't see more decks like this, where you just sort of throw in the good value cards, is it struggles with tempo. And it can out-tempo slower decks. Like, it can out-tempo self-damage sometimes. If self-damage gets off to a slow start, it can out-tempo a lot of control decks with these Panzer IVs. But against something like US mid-range, half-track returning an FW to your hand, that FW did not affect the board the turn it came down, and now it has been returned to your hand for 3 credits and you played it for 6. So I feel like it just sort of struggles to deal with the early game aggression of decks like Jagro, US midrange, Air in some cases. However, if it can sort of reach a certain point, then you get access to the Schwalbe, the Leopolds. You can start playing down 2 units in one turn. You can play down a unit, move, and attack with another unit. So it does reach some very, very powerful turns later in the game. It's just not the most consistent deck to reach those points, I think.
Can I step in here for a second?
Yeah.
I think you're describing a typical mid-range deck. Looking at other CCGs, you usually have like the heavy control decks, the aggro deck, very special combo decks, and like the mid-range decks, slower than aggro but faster than control. Could this be maybe a working prototype of an KARDS mid-range deck?
That's certainly possible. In 2021, especially, it was sort of a joke that midrange had stopped existing. And
Exactly.
now we've seen it come back with what we call US midrange, US frontline. There's arguments that people will have till the day they die that US midrange is an aggro deck, but no, it's a midrange deck, and there's very split on what is considered a midrange deck or an aggro deck. But considering this as sort of the benchmark for midrange, and then considering US midrange to be a slower aggressive deck, would certainly be an interesting way of looking at it. I think we'd have to see what the future holds for cards in terms of what other decks pop up in sort of each direction.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what Campaign Trail does in this deck, right? Because one of the things that I feel like has made this deck a success for 0-5 is that seemingly he knows when to draw the alliance, right? I can think of at least 2 games where he's just like, oh, the alliance pops up, lethal, right? Like, it's crazy. But you know, Campaign Trail also giving that option of kind of maintaining a healthy board, possibly trading out a bunch of stuff, especially against some of those slower type decks that are building up some sort of board presence. Now, we don't have a whole lot of those decks here today, but I mean, definitely could be trading out some Shermans and stuff like that against a US midrange type thing. But yeah, no, it's an interesting concept that we don't see that much. That we don't see that much of kind of true mid-range in cards. And that's maybe why this deck looks so weird to us, and it plays so weird a lot of the times. I mean, we talked about it before tournaments multiple times. I'm just like, I don't know what this deck's supposed to do, right? It looks like he went into the search bar and typed in Panzer and just like, boop, 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 took all of that and just went, okay, what can I add to this, right? But no, it's cool. So Darkness, let's move on over to our final competitor here. That's going to be Kolbasnik. Why don't you take us through his decks?
With pleasure. Kolbasnik is running the mobilization deck. Jking mentioned it before, and I think this deck is really, really powerful. It's another snowball deck, gives you a lot of early units with the 5th parachute regard for 0 credits, the 73rd Régiment d'Infanterie, which even gets +1/+1 every time your HQ receives HP. So this is a powerful combination with the honey. And he even runs 2 times Observer Core. So this deck is definitely fast and looking to get snowballed. With the Observer Core, you're able to use this on Potes and get the card draw engine rolling. And even in the late game, this deck has some big threats like the Churchill and Commonwealth. It was a while ago when I made the video about this deck, but I'm sure this can be very strong, and usually it was weaker than Brit Air, but maybe it's time for Kolbasnik to prove Jking wrong and be victorious with this one. I'm looking forward, especially for this one from Kolbasnik. The second one is US-German Frontline. And we saw those decks before. Interesting fact: Kolbasnik changed this deck from the last tournament to now. He added a Blitzkrieg after not being able to win against another deck with Blitzkrieg while he was running the more control version. So he adapted a little bit to that. Interesting to follow these player not only playing the tournaments but evolving after tournaments. After losing quite a lot, some people are getting better and better and better and being a constant here, like Kolbasnik. His third deck is Japan and Germany, and this one is not outstanding at all. Like I mean, what I mean with this, it's not running different or wild cards. It's just the overall very strong version of J aggro. Arguably with the Type 96 AA gun. Now since Brit Air is not that dominant anymore, you could change this card from the very vanilla J aggro list. And last but not least, Kolbasnik is running self-damage with Soviet and Japan. He's running 2 Sendai regiments, so this is more like an older version, even with Shinoto, the Type 97 3/3 Blitz tank, and 2 counteroffensive and 2 Yura. So maybe Jking is right and he will just find too many dead cards early on. But maybe he's able to pull off an amazing combo with 30 damage on a unit with Yura and destroying an HP from 20. So this looks potent, definitely possible to get a win here. And this is Kolbasnik's lineup.
Yeah, amazing. I think that's a super interesting one that we see Kolbasnik bringing both of those win conditions that Jking talked about. Those alternative win conditions in the counteroffensive plus the Yura with the Katyusha as well. And maybe that's an evolution we're seeing on the deck. But the 2 things I want to focus on here is first mobilization, Jking. This is something that we've seen kind of come and go. It's never really managed to establish itself. When you're looking to play against mobilization, what decks do you want to have against it? What decks do you definitely not want to have against it? And when playing against this deck, what are kind of the must-kill units or must-destroy units as soon as they hit the board, and what can be considered more kind of destruction bait or removal bait, right?
I would say that the decks you want to have into Britain, France mobilization, I don't necessarily believe there's any deck that hard crushes it other than self-damage. Self-damage is just beautiful to have against it because all of these mobilized units come down as 1 health units. Winter Warfare can take out several at once, Sickles can target them, you have Red Dawns that kill Honeys and Poteses. You just absolutely obliterate their board while dropping down large units, and their deck can't really answer large units particularly well. But other than self-damage, there's not many decks that you are comfortable taking into mobilization because you might have cards like Sudden Strike and Flampanzer if you're playing a German control. You might have potentially just go first and have a 35T, which can kill a mobilization unit in the support line if you're playing US midrange or Jagro. But there's also potentials that you go second, they start with like 3 parachute regiments, and it doesn't matter if you're playing Jagro, it doesn't matter if you're playing US midrange. You're just going to get out-tempoed by the mobilization deck. And sorry, I forgot the second question.
I really want to disagree. I can name 2 more decks I
Oh,
want to play against
okay.
mobilization. One is Brit Air, maybe with Japan ally, because you have a lot of early removal, and AoE, like the Empire Strikes. Often Brit Air is getting a little bit earlier on the board and able to trade into those. And the US France order deck is working usually very strong as well.
Yes, the US France unitless deck would beat mobilization for sure. I had not really considered that. Air, I think it is a bit more of a tough call. I think it depends a lot on if they're running carpet bombs, and we see that Kolbasnik is not running carpet bombing, which could definitely potentially hurt his chances into air, because carpet bombing is really the best way that mobilization has for dealing with these bombers in the support line, which are otherwise just going to pick off all of your very slow infantries. However, there's a decent number of fighters in the deck, which can hold the bombers at bay, at least for a bit. So as long as you don't get blown out by very powerful Empire Strikes very early on, I definitely think that mobilization has some staying power in that matchup, especially with all of the health gain potential. You're not at risk of dying too early.
Yeah, that makes sense. The second part of the question was, what are the kind of must remove units that come down in mobilization? Because I feel like that's kind of course, you want to stop the mobilization on all of them, and ideally you would get rid of all of them as soon as they hit down. But like the commandos, Kefers, for instance, like are those more removal bait, or are those like, oh, I need to get rid of this as soon as I can because they're gonna be pinging everything left, right, and center?
So to me, I think the first primary card you want to remove as soon as it touches the board is the Potez. That card just has so much potential of healing to end drawing, and that will enable the honeys, that will enable the Kefers, that will enable the 73rds. And then after that, I would actually say the card that I will try to remove before everything else is the 73rds, because those cards can grow so ludicrously large, so ludicrously fast. I've had games against mobilization where I'm completely dominating. It's going incredibly well, and then they play like Potez, Honey, 73rd, another mobilize. It grows up to like a 5/6, and then they throw it a Monty, so it goes to a 6/7, and then they draw another cards. It's 7/8, and then they play like a carpet bomb, clear the front line, move it to the front line, and now they just have a 7/8, and I can't kill a 7/8 in the front line. So I try to play out other units, and then they do like convoy, and suddenly it's like a 12/13, and I've lost the game. So it's a 1-cost unit, so it dies very easy. These Flam Panthers, these Sudden Strikes, but that card can actually just straight up be the win condition of the deck at times.
Amazing. All right. Final question, and this is kind of a more generic. It's not as specific deck wise, but like we talk about Jagro a little bit. I feel like the everlasting question with Jagro is when to pop the Feigned Retreat, right? Like obviously you want to pop it, but like what are the situations where you're just like, oh, I'm gonna wait, or do you always just rip it as soon as you can?
I think probably like 90% of the time, it's best to rip it as soon as you can. There's certainly situations where it is better to wait. For example, if you just have an incredibly large hand, like if your hand is like 7 cards, even the 6 cards, I would probably just play from hand. But I do think that we have seen people moving towards playing Feigned sooner and sooner and sooner, because
Yeah.
back in the days, people would not play Feigned unless it was the last card in their hand. Like even if it was like turn 7 and they have Feigned and 2 1-drops, they'd play both 1-drops and pass on 5 credits. So I do think we've seen sort of the evolution of not necessarily the deck, but evolution of how the deck is played. But that shouldn't be taken to an extreme of play Feigned as soon as possible. Because there is certain matchups where you might need specific cards, like you might need Shiden to just push enough damage if it's against, for example, Japan-France Resistance. That deck has a lot of healing, so you might need every single card you can get. So you don't want to discard a very large hand necessarily.
Awesome. All right. Well, that was an amazing war room. I think we got a lot of really great insights into the tournament decks and into the tournament meta and how to think about these tournament deck matchups. We'll be right back with all the action from KARDS Open 14. But for the war room, that's going to be it. So thank you, everyone, and stay tuned for all the action coming right after this.
Welcome everyone to this KARDS Open Tournament Top 4. Today I'm here with Jking, not playing but watching and casting those matches. And of course gossiping and explaining some certain moves. Jking, how excited are you to see this view of the tournament being very close but actually not playing?
I'm incredibly excited, and I'm very honored to have this opportunity. I've been watching KARDS streams, KARDS broadcasts since the very first OCCs, actually since the very first World Championship in 2019, and I'm incredibly excited to be on this side of it now. Honestly, I can't say it's less stressful, but it's certainly more fun.
It's definitely stressful if you're part of the production of those tournaments. Well, but I think everyone can get into KARDS, can play a tournament, maybe get a little bit into the production. All you need to do is to win a world championship, and maybe this opens some doors. But first, let's look at this minor tournament. I mean, it's a big tournament. It's a KARDS Open with a cash prize of 1,500 bucks. And those 4 players will get a chance to take that money. So let's look at the bracket. Today we are seeing xyloser taking on Head. On xyloser's bracket, he won 3-0 against 3pipit. Definitely rising KARDS veteran as well, is stable in the tournament scene. Not in the spotlight, but definitely in the tournaments. 3-0 against Diane. Well, you got in touch with Diane, Jking. He beat you quite sometimes, when I remember correctly. And xyloser was running 3-0 against this person as well. Now taking on Head. Head, who is top 4 of the next week World Championship, and who was able to defeat List 3-2, another KARDS veteran, and John PX, one of the earlier KARDS esports, I want to say legends.
I think that's certainly fair to call John PX a legend in KARDS esports.
Because he slightly got forgotten. Oh, what's wrong with me today? I'm so sorry for being offensive. Head was able to take on the legend of John PX, a really strong KARDS veteran player, 3-0 as well. And we are going to see the battle of those first. Later on, Ollie and Spooz will cast 9-5 against Kolbasnik. This battle will be legendary as well. And just a quick reminder, all of those matches are best of 5s, 1 ban, and the winner is not out. They will compete in the bronze match. The losers, I mean, the winner, of course, will get into the grand final. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting tournament. So, Jking, please remind everyone just very briefly of the lineups from Head and xylosers before we go into the matches.
Alright, well for Head, we have his Soviet-US ally artillery deck, a pretty different take on a Soviet deck. Then we have US-German mid-range, pretty standard. A Japan-German aggro, feigned retreat, pretty standard. And of course his Britain-Japan pin control deck, which we'll see if he can pull a win off with.
He definitely could win off in the top 34 from the World Championship. He was very successful with a very similar lineup. Let's see what xyloser is bringing against this man.
Well, first up, he will have, of course, Soviet-Japan self-damage, and a Britain-Japan deck. Pretty different, though. This one is Japan Air. And then, of course, he has the Japan-German feigned retreat aggro deck, like everyone else in this top 4. And to finish it off, it's not US-German mid-range, but it's German-US sort of mid-range tanks. So we'll see if those slight deck differences can give him the edge versus Head.
Just looking at the allies and nations, it's almost the same. It looks very, very similar. What would you choose in now after in the pre-show we analyzed those stacks and lineups very, very deeply, what would you choose as your bans?
I think I would ban the self-damage deck for sure. Self-damage is just very powerful into US mid-range and the Japan aggro deck. And I would just get that deck out of there so you don't have to worry about it. On the other hand, I'm not sure what I would ban against xyloser. Maybe just the Japan-German aggro deck, just because it's the fastest deck there. Might be able to outpace the pin deck, but yeah, I think it's pretty up in the air for me in terms of what to ban.
Well, we do have the bans xyloser's Soviet Japan self-damage deck got banned, and he chose not to ban the artillery deck, not the Japan Frightened Retreat. He banned the pin deck, the control deck. And I think this makes a lot of sense. All of Xyloser's decks are very fast, very aggressive, and it's a pain in the ass to play against this Brit-Japan control deck that slows everything and clears the board over and over again. So I see the reason why this deck got banned, of course. And now we are going into the first match already. Xyloser versus Het. This is Brit Air versus J Aggro. And Brit Air is going to start. It's a really, really interesting matchup. I think it's slightly favored for Brit Air. But of course, you need to find those little bombers to be able to trade and attack. And there's no early unit, and Xyloser chose the HMS and the Empire Strikes in his opening hand. Why did he do that?
It's certainly a trade-off. On the one hand, you get 2 less draws looking for a 1-drop, and a turn 1 Swordfish can just potentially dominate a game. But on the other hand, Empire Strikes and the HMS Illustrious are 2 of the most powerful cards in your deck for preempting comebacks. And we see Het really taking the early initiative with these 2 units, the 35P and the Cavalry Regiment, with several more in hand he'll be able to play in the following turns. Whereas xyloser, still probably not going to want to play the HMS yet. So I would suspect we see the convoy, but going forward, he's going to have access to this Empire Strikes, either that Swordfish he just drew on turn 5 or just on its own on turn 4. Because looking at Het's hand, that's a lot of 1 health units.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think it backfired a little bit. Xyloser was holding HMS but not being able to deploy them because of the risk getting them destroyed so early on. Well, on the other side, holding the Empire Strikes really, really profiting here, killing 4 units in once, clearing the entire board because all of Het's units had 1 HP, and that was enough even with no bomber at all. But
and even after the board is getting cleared, this Whirlwind is locking down this HMS. He can certainly play it if he wants to, but both bombers will arrive on the board pinned, which is not really what he wants.
No, it's not great, but he can establish a board with another bomber and the close air support. These are a lot of stats.
Yeah, they may be pinned, but this is 12 health worth of bombers on the board. The surprise attack can actually pick off one of them because they are pinned from the Whirlwind. And that would leave Het with 4 credits.
This... But
Het
with
has a
surprise...
lot of options here. He could
not
play
really
the errata,
satisfying options, though.
The Audacity pickup's very interesting. He's likely going to want to play this surprise attack this turn. Just while these bombers are pinned. 1 credit remove a bomber is pretty good.
This is definitely strong. But now I'm expecting him just to damage a bomber, probably that one on the right side. If the Type 93 survives, the Audacity, what's the name of the card again?
Audacity?
Audacity will deal 4 damage, right? Because it spawns,
That's a good
and
point. Yeah.
I think it spawns a duchy, a bomber, with smokescreen, usually 3 attack, but it says deal random damage, and the damage is the damage of this bomber. So with any buffs, like you have is already a first one on the field, and this will be a second one, the bomber will be 5 damage, and the random damage should be 5. I wonder if we are going to see that.
Choosing to just pick off one of these swordfish with the Shinhodo rather than play bombing raid, which would leave him with no units on board. And this bombing raid can likely get more damage and more value in, especially if this Kitty Hawk comes down next to the swordfish. And that's the double-edged sword of playing against Japan with Brit Air is you want all of your units next to each other for the close air support value. However, that allows your opponent to get the bombing raid value.
That's true. I would love to see the Ultra. Of course, it's xyloser is not having a ton of options with 7k land leases plural in his hand, so convoy is definitely reasonable. And
yeah,
of course,
you have seen the errata come out, so you know there's at least one order in Head's hand. So that certainly gives even extra reason to hold up that Ultra. But floating 3 credits on turn 7
is suspicious. I know. And this will be 3 damage, taking out the Kitty Hawk. And he's starting to chip damage on the swordfish, deploying and bicycle regiment as well. I guess we are going to see air superiority targeting the smokescreen bomber. Finally, xyloser is going to activate the Ultra. I guess that played out in his favor after all to go for the convoy to guarantee having more options here. Like, this Ultra looks really strong.
Yeah, and this Ultra is almost certainly going to catch one of these 2 orders in Head's hand. We're likely going to see the bombing raid come out here. Head could try to play around it and go with Sendai instead.
He's not going to play around it. Bombing raid is getting catched by Ultra, so he cannot really trade and kill the swordfish. He's still attacking and dropping the Akita regiment. This Ultra turns the table, and it's looking a little bit better for xyloser now. I think this opens up for him to play Lend-Lease.
He's choosing instead to play the Sonya with the 3rd close air support and just fully committing onto board. He's seen the Audacity, he's seen a bombing raid, and I mean, if you look at his support line, that is certainly a support line you want to have, but a second Sendai top deck for Head means that he can remove 2 of these planes essentially for free.
It's looking really strong, 2 Sendais, but xyloser is having 2 land leases, and this is like the perfect opportunity for card draw. Look at that.
Yeah,
2 Sendais are not really threatening. And Monty is able to lock down the support line 3 units. Air superiority, I don't think it's really necessary, but possible, sure.
3 attack from the Gladiator will very quickly run Head out of health. It might not seem like it just on its own, but if your board is pinned a couple turns in a row, and if your entire board is infantry and takes another turn to get to the support line, you will very, very quickly run out of health.
We talked earlier about this scenario. When are you going to play Frightened Retreat? Because you can play the Key 83, which is a big airplane and really, really strong against Brit Air, with Frightened Retreat, because you're lacking 1 credit as Head here. So
yeah, I agree completely with Head here. With the Sonya on the board and with both rafts still in deck, there's just too much potential for this key to not have an impact. Whether it's picked off by a surprise attack, whether it's just returned to hand. Whereas this Feigned Retreat leaves you with nothing, but that allows you to draw into some of your Blitz tanks, into Desperate Measures, into a Type 94 of your own to pin the Gladiator.
yeah. You're definitely right. I mean, with the convoy, xyloser got the Ref Lightning, and he has 2 type TKs in hand, which providing him with 2 surprise attacks. being able to key. And Het is now able to draw at least. However, it's definitely not looking great here.
Yeah, at this point, Head needs to draw into desperate measures.
Shinoto is
drawing
able to
into-
kill the Wellington. I mean,
Yeah, if
it's getting closer.
he needs to pick up a Type 94 for the pin, and unfortunately he doesn't, and that Akita means that he's not going to be able to do anything to this Gladiator, and Gladiator plus attack from one of the bombers is going to be lethal, and that is xyloser taking game 1 with his Britain-Japan Air, showing that Air might have been nerfed, but it's still certainly able to win in a tournament setting.
And it's able to win against Fright and Retreat J aggro. I think overall the most famous and one of the strongest decks, because everyone's playing it and a lot of people are succeeding with it. This old version of Brit Air was still able to take on that, although the first real action was turned for the Empire Strikes. Definitely a smart mulligan here from xyloser, ending up winning this first match against Het. And we are about to see the second one. Now xyloser is the one playing J aggro, and he has the first signal regiment in his opening hand against Het, who's bringing artillery back.
He's going to have to deal with these 2 bloody sickles in the opening hand of Het, and
yeah, I feel like xyloser is already in trouble because of the opening hand of Het. 2 bloody sickles, Katyushas, Greyhound. This looks amazingly strong against J aggro, Fright and Retreat.
yep, that desperate measures in hand is certainly going to help clear off the first board of artilleries that come down, but Head's hand is just larger at this point. That's the advantage of going second, the bloody sickled, drawing a card to replace itself in your hand. And xyloser's opening hand is not really letting him get really the full advantage of going first. Signal Regiment ass is not really what you want to be doing on turn 2 as a Feigned Retreat Jagro.
That's very true. However, everything else like Bicycle Regiment, Cavalry Regiment would just got countered by a Head's second bloody sickle, while the first Signal Regiment would deal damage. Let's not forget that the first Signal Regiment is able to ship away a lot of damage, so this may be closer than it looks right now.
Yeah, from xyloser's perspective at this point in the game, I think he's really wanting to either end the game out with burn from the Signal Regiment plus a little extra damage from the Desperate Measures, or potentially draw a Feigned Retreat early enough that he's able to just snowball. But
look at that top deck. The Engineers Battalion basically counters the first Signal Regiment by healing the HQ +2 for every own unit that dies, rather than dealing 1 damage. Had already thinking about playing this. I think it's a very good call here. Even if xyloser would choose the desperate measures. Oh, Nebelwerfer comes in play. It's a long time since I see Nebelwerfer, and it looks very good. I did not expect that.
I don't think I've ever seen Nebelwerfer in the Feigned Retreat Jagro deck before, but coming down to take out this artillery in the support line, it's looking pretty good now.
Definitely. The Katyusha double hit, killing the Nebelwerfer, so Het now is able to place a bloody sickle onto the TK, meaning the artillery Katyusha is protected in the support line from this little tank.
Do you think we're going to see the Desperate Measures this turn?
I honestly don't know if I would choose that. I mean, xyloser kind of goes all in right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this Type 93 in hand, and this gives you the opportunity to get to the front line, you've seen Katyusha, you've seen 2 bloody sickles, you've seen Greyhound. I think if you xyloser, you're just hoping Head is out of these sort of tempo cards that are able to remove units immediately to let xyloser dictate the trades. But unfortunately, that is not the case, with the Ziz coming out, killing the Sendai, getting the Greyhound. If Head had
Hey.
wanted, he could have even full cleared
Oh,
the
the
board.
bombing rate.
Oh!
I disagree with Head deploying this AA gun first. He could have played the pincer on the Engineers Battalion, kill the Sendai, get the Greyhound, and trade also into this front line, the Cavalry Regiment. xyloser's top deck with the bombing rate here, being able
Yeah.
to kill at least 2 people. I
Ooh,
mean,
that's interesting.
he did not choose to kill the Engineers Battalion.
Oh, in that KV draw, unless xyloser was picking up another Type 94 and did double surprise attack to kill the KV, that KV is going to be a huge threat.
The
And he
Type
top decks
94
the Type
TK!
94!
The top deck! The TK is the strongest card against Frightened Retreat, because even if you get the Frightened Retreat, every card roll will deal 2 damage. But like this, xyloser is able to take the KV out, the strongest unit in Head's deck.
Ooh. And another bloody sickle top deck from Head. That is just what he wants to see, because these 2 Uras in hand are not doing a lot. And this Jking7, if this Jking7 can stick on the board, that might be what sort of brings Head back from a position you're not really comfortable in anymore. And the Akita regiment's
No.
not going to be enough to kill the Yak, which means this Yak is drawing at least 1 card.
Yeah, xyloser is running out of steam, only Akita top deck.
And is this just, is double Ura here just enough for lethal? That lets him hit 8 with the T80 and 7. Yeah, that's just lethal. Double Ura here is lethal.
Wow.
We'll see if
That-
Head sees it, because, I mean, this is not a position you're expecting to kill your opponent in.
No, he did not see it. Lethal is missed. However, a big board is established with 3 units able to reach the support line. And xyloser really needed an Frightened Retreat. Akita, I don't think xyloser could do anything to prevent lethal next turn.
Yeah, with
They can-
both Desperate Measures and Bombing Raid out of the deck, there's nothing that's going to be able to respond to 3 units in the support line where you're dead if 2 of them stick.
Second
and I don't
Raining
think we're going to
Brigade.
see Head miss this one.
I don't think so too. With Katyusha, it's another Blitz artillery, but of course you don't have the credits to
Oh,
attack with 3.
okay, so he missed the guaranteed lethal, but he is going double face with the Katyusha because he gets the 50-50, which will still give him lethal anyways. It would have been guaranteed if he had done double Ura on just the initial Katyusha and Chaika on board. But he finds it anyways, and that ties up the game 1-1.
Well, this reminds me of the artillery meta. 1.5 years ago, I believe, where one streamer guy, I don't know who exactly that was, showed everyone how to play, how to abuse artillery, and 3 months nothing but artillery was destroying cards. KARDS Officer Club, and the joy of every Big Bang.
And in Game 3, we're going to see the Jagro Mirror, which means one of these Jagro decks will now get a win. It's interesting, Jagro is the only deck brought by all 4 players in this top 4, and we've seen it lose twice in a row now, and we're about to see it win, but that also means we're about to see it lose a 3rd time in a row.
I mean, that's 25% win rate. It's above 0. It's climbing, at least. Well, Head is going first. Usually that is what you want. And he already found the first Sigma Regiment, but xyloser is able to kill it pretty quickly with the surprise attacks.
And very interesting choice by Head to start with the Signal Regiment rather than start with the Cavalry Regiment. And the idea of this is you're trying to maximize the amount of damage you can get from the Signal Regiment. Because if you play a turn 1 Cavalry and your opponent plays a turn 1 Cavalry or a turn 1 Bicycle, they potentially just, you trade units, no damage is dealt, then the Signal isn't going to deal damage on the following turn. However, this does mean that he's giving the front line up to xyloser, which he is going to be able to play the Cavalry to trade, or an early Desperate Measures, although this is a little too early and a little too low value to play desperate measures here.
It's only killing 2 units. I don't think Head is desperate enough. It would be credit efficient, but I would just like to trade like this cavalry regiment into the bicycle regiments. And of course, the first signal regiment is dealing some chip damage. Because Head know xyloser is having 2 surprise attacks, and they're most likely getting target the first signal regiment. Maybe xyloser holds it, to be fair, to react to an key turn 4. Key 83 is very dangerous. If you're going second and your opponent in this mirror matchup is dropping this turn 4, there is almost no way of playing against it. So this is why xyloser is just building up a board and leaving the signal regiment live.
Yeah, and it puts Head into this uncomfortable position where he can just use Raiden Brigade to kill both units, drop his opponent to 14, but
uncomfortable position. I think this position looks very good. It's 2 for 1.
I don't like using the Raiden Brigade there because Raiden Brigade in this matchup can be used to kill Signal Regiment for free, and it can be used to kill Sendais, which is often a really big, because Sendais are saved for big targets like Shiden or Key.
Yeah, that's true.
This Kagoshima 5 attack ambush is huge, but it is a bit slow, and we're almost certainly going to see Head take the front line. The question is he going to take the front line with Bicycle at 22nd to draw a card, or is he just going to use the Shinhodo because it trades with Kagoshima in theory, if xyloser chooses to trade with it and get 3 damage in? And I like this.
I like this too.
Damage in.
Getting 3 damage in, Head is looking to chipping away the HQ, but 2 surprise attacks are killing the Shinoto, and Kagoshima regiment in the front line with ambush is very scary.
Yeah, and Head just can't even kill it this turn. He can play out up to his entire hand if he wants to. He can pin this Kagoshima to save 5 damage if he wants to. I do not like playing the desperate measures already.
No, I don't like it.
Because
I would
xyloser is going to be playing more units on his turn, and almost every single unit in his deck will die to desperate measures. And potentially, xyloser could even have attacked with the Kagoshima into these 1 unit if his unit was a 5-3, which will drop it to 2 health, and then it dies to desperate measures. But playing it first, this Kagoshima is 100% going face.
Yeah, definitely. I don't agree with playing desperate measures turn 5 either.
However, xyloser's choice to not kill the Signal Regiment is starting to come back, and to potentially, yeah, he's going to potentially live to regret that decision because he's down to 7 health, which is not really where you want to be. This could very easily end with a top deck main raid, in a couple of turns. However,
HP is just a resource, and Head is having 2 22nd infantry regiments. He was not able to use the card draw ability turn 5 earlier, so he's just pinning the Nebelwerfer, playing all of his units, and xyloser is relatively free to do whatever he wants. Yeah, I mean there are several options.
If Head hadn't played the surprise attack that turn, he would have actually been dead with the 35T. And it looks like, yeah, xyloser's just choosing to go face. He's seen the desperate measures being played already, so he knows that can't come out again.
Head, however, is not missing a lot of damage. If those 3 units dying with the first signal regiment, xyloser will be down to 4. Head does not has enough credits to play and attack with Shiden top deck, but bombing rate is very strong and maybe able to stall long enough to close this game. However, Head is down to 5. It's getting really close. Cavalry regiment Head is able to destroy the entire front line, but he has nothing to reach for the support line.
And that
So
does mean we're going to see xyloser taking a 2-1 lead. With
It
Head
does.
failing to win with this Japan-German Feint Retreat aggro deck a second time now.
oh, this down to 3. That was close.
Yes, that was incredibly close. But unfortunately, xyloser takes it. Well, unfortunately for Head, xyloser takes it in the end, which leaves xyloser just with his German deck left, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
I
and
think
unfortunate for Head. We are not biased here. We are just neutral commentators. We used to be. No one. If someone is calling, I'm biased for Team Emo members. That's wrong. I never favored anyone. Just being very professional. So Head again is bringing the J aggro match here. And xyloser is showing us his unique, I'd like to call it unique, German US frontline, because he swapped the ally configuration and is using the German elites this time. You and Ollie were talking about this kind of matchup. Like, how do you play against frontline? How do you play against J aggro in this scenario? So tell me again, or analyze again. Are they doing great? How are they playing?
I think they've been playing pretty decently. We've seen a couple of mistakes here and there. In this particular matchup, it's going to be all about trading, and these 30 seconds are really going to help xyloser sort of deal with the overwhelming start that Jaggro has. And in this position, xyloser is just going to trade, probably play down 2 more 30 seconds. He only runs 3 in the deck, and he still managed to have 2 in his opening hand, which is unfortunate.
Impressive.
And normally, for Head, this matchup's all about pressing forwards, taking the front line, trying to get damage in as quickly as possible. However, in this turn, I think the reason he's pausing here is he's considering playing this key 83. He's likely looking over xyloser's deck list, looking for what cards could potentially punish it.
But there are no half tracks, I believe. But how about Arado, Bicycle Regiment, and a second 22nd Infantry Regiment?
Yeah.
Look at those German boys giving you 2 extra card draw, and they are 2 Akita regiments. Akita regiments are awesome to trade into the front line and to trade for those little units. Often they are taking 2 for 1.
Yeah, those Akita regiments can very easily just tear through a board like xyloser's has right now. And this 35T, if xyloser chooses to kill the Bicycle Regiment with a 35T and push 3 units to the front line, Head will have his choice of Akita regiments or just even a Desperate Measures early. So I think we're likely going to see another 2 draws off of 32nd.
He's choosing to get 3 units into the front line. A third Akita regiment. So
yeah.
Is it Desperate Measures time and just moving the 22nd infantries into the front line?
He could even choose to play Nikita if he wants to, because with the number of cards he's drawing, he's probably going to want to start getting some of these cards out of his hand.
Yeah, I see. But in the front line, 22nd infantry regiments are more likely getting traded, so this reduces the amount of drawn hand cards to not get overdraw. And of course, there are two ones, so this would be more damage potentially against xyloser, slightly more aggressive.
Yeah, and here I really want to see Head just push into the front line here. Surprise attack to just pin the Jäger Bomber, and then get a cavalry regiment both 20 seconds up into the front line.
Yeah. Definitely getting aggressive as possible. I do like the pin of this fighter here. So the fighter is not able to apply pressure, not able to attack or trade.
Yeah, and that's really the
However,
strength of these surprise attacks off of Type 94. It's not necessarily that you're the times where you draw 2 of them to destroy a unit. Those are certainly good, as we saw killing the KV in the Jago versus artillery matchup. But sometimes it's just one credit your opponent's large unit that they just spent their entire turn playing the previous turn just can't.
however,
And those times can
I
be almost as
don't
impactful.
like watching those 3 units in the support line basically doing nothing. Like, they're drawing cards, but Head has so many cards. He does not need more options.
Yeah, it's certainly not the most proactive way to play this hand in this situation. However, xyloser has very limited card draw and absolutely no healing. So I don't think there's necessarily a risk of Head potentially losing his advantage by playing this slower. On the other side, I can't really see a way that xyloser could punish him had he been pushing up more aggressively. So I think this is just sort of a playstyle choice, choosing to play it slower. He tried to go very aggressive in the previous
4
game. That didn't
damage.
work out for him.
The Type 93 was buffing the bomber, and the random damage was 4. So we discussed this earlier. I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, that is a cards trivia. That's some good knowledge to know.
Because this card is very new and a elite card you got from the scrimmage, I think 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. And of course, with all the new cards, we are not seeing a lot of them right now, but you need to figure out how exactly they are working in a lot of scenarios. Yeah, xyloser slowly running out of cards, but of course there is a Leopold, and with Head having a full hand, the Leopold could evaporate a lot of options for Head here.
Yeah, if Head chooses to play this a little too slow, and xyloser manages to reach turn 10, we could potentially see this Leopold coming down, but I mean, it's
Finally.
hard to imagine that this is going to result in somehow xyloser coming back and winning this game. It took to turn
I don't know.
7, but both 20 seconds are still alive, and they are now in the front line.
They're
and honestly,
finally in the front line. But I mean,
at this point, he's at 9 cards in hand. These 20
Yeah.
seconds have sort of done their job and then some.
But I mean, xyloser's able to trade relatively fine here. Could use the 22nd Infantry Regiment to trade or the 5th Rangers, and reducing the damage definitely more. With another top deck, he could sustain himself till turn 10, till Leopold. Panzer 35T, another very active damage card, is just getting overdrawn.
And Head has quite a bit of damage here. If he just goes all face, he can set up a bombing raid lethal. Because xyloser has no healing, and there's certainly no way for xyloser to somehow kill Head next turn. So, yep, Head's seen that, just dropping xyloser to 2 health, and no matter what he does, xyloser is going to die to this bombing raid from Head next turn, which means Head ties it up. Head gets his win with Jagro, 3rd time's the charm, which means this series is going to be going to Game 5.
Aggro finally getting a 2nd win. This is now 2 wins and 3 losses. 40% win rate so far in this tournament. I mean, xyloser is playing desperate with... What is this card again? Pushing back, taking
Pursuit.
the front line. Pursuit, yes. But
and he does manage to get 3 units to the front line. He gets any unit to the front line for the first time this game. But unfortunately, it's not enough, and Bombing Raid HQ will bring it to a Game 5.
what is left for xyloser? The German deck, of course, we saw. Head is US Frontline, so we see Frontline versus Frontline.
And honestly, I am expecting the US Frontline to be favored. here just because it has a little bit more consistent draw, a little bit more consistent utilization of the front line. Although we actually see Head is not running 99th Infantry, which is interesting. Now, there's obviously some serious downsides potentially to running that card, but this is certainly a matchup where 99th could be very strong. And
Oh,
that
look
is-
at Head's mulligan.
Yeah,
He
that
got
is
the
a hand you wanna see.
32nd and the combat engineers and a Flam Panzer, and for turn 5, the Recon Druid. This looks definitely strong.
Yeah, but
Xyloser,
on the other
however,
hand, yeah, Xyloser's
has
hand not looking bad at all either.
Arado, the Red Devils. It's almost amazing how many strong US ally cards Xyloser was able to sneak into his version of the Frontline deck. I mean, he basically has everything he wants and needs for this mirror matchup. The combat engineers, the Red Devil, even the Hellcat to trade, and I mean 3 32nd infantry regiments. We did not see them yet.
Yeah, that Arado, picking up Gathering Storm, that's not going to have any impact now. However, that could have a very large impact later in the game because this Gathering Storm is the only large card draw in Xyloser's deck, and it will guarantee to draw him a Leopold. And Leopold is one of those huge cards against US midrange.
Not guaranteed. Xyloser is running
Oh, he's running the
Autokanone
Nebelwerfers,
and
right?
and the Nebelwerfers. Yes. So let me count the amount of artillery. There is 2 times Nebelwerfer, 1 Autokanone, and 1 Leopold.
So it's a 1 in 4. That, I mean, yeah, that's the problem with the Gathering Storm is the more cards, more unit types you run, because it draws a fighter, an artillery, a tank, and an infantry. The more of each type of unit you run, the less consistently you draw the one you're looking for. Especially when it comes to Leopolds and artilleries. But here we see Head. He hasn't actually had a chance to play these 30 seconds yet. And I kind of like to see him start to play these out because the longer he holds them on in hand, the higher chance he just draws a second one naturally. And without Shermans in hand, you want all of the draws you can get at this point.
Yeah, that's true. Those 32nd infantry regiments are thinning out your deck. One of the few mechanics where you are able to thin the deck the way you want. This mechanic is more common among other CCGs, not very relevant for cards. And I mean, he chose to drop one of them and send a half track additionally.
I think the idea behind this half track is likely that it prevents Xyloser from getting too many units into the front line. Head wants to continue getting as much value out of his combat engineers as he can.
Yeah,
However, there's going to be better and bigger targets for half track in the future. So
he has a second one. He has a second one, and also it was turn 4. He was just adding more units to the field. Not as much as possible without playing the 32nd infantry regiments, but definitely units.
ooh, this Red Devils would be incredibly annoying for Head if it wasn't for this Flam Panzer in hand. Because this Flam Panzer is just going to immediately destroy the Red Devils for 4 credits rather than 3. But it does let him get back control of the front line.
Still expensive though, 4 credits. Xyloser not choosing to play Admiral Hipper, I would love that. I'm a big fan of Admiral Hipper turn 5.
I think I would have traded and used Whirlwind to kill the half track personally. But as you see, you and I both had 2 different lines of play, both different than the line that Xyloser went for. So that really shows that this is a complicated situation, especially with a hand that big. He has a lot of different options.
Yeah, Head again not choosing to attack. He did this before with the Whirlwind, but choose to deploy one more unit to maximize the potential outcome of We Can Do It. And I mean, We Can Do It on 4 units is plus 12 HP stats in total. What is just massive?
Yeah, in any sort of mid-range versus mid-range or frontline versus frontline matchup, it's very, very rarely about pressing HQ damage, because there's not a large number of ways to come back. Now, xyloser is running German main nation, which means he does have the Leopold, which is very big. So Head does have to consider that. He can't play this like he would into just a US German mirror, where
Yeah,
if you get board control and solidify board control, you can't lose. Because he could potentially still lose because of Leopold.
that's true. But also, the we can do it of Head is a big advantage because xyloser is not running any. So just on the stats, on the buff upgrades, Head is running in the typical mid-range versus mid-range matchup, he has the advantage. Although there's this one card, the Leopold, being able to annihilate any of those buffs on the entire units on the battlefield. Of course, it's a risk, but there are more we can do it than Leopolds being
This is
played
true.
right here.
And this turn, I think Head is probably deciding between whether he wants to half-track the 30-second, move up and kill the Whirlwind to just sort of press his luck further with We Can Do It, or play the 30-second and then We Can Do It now. And he immediately proves me wrong by going for a third play I didn't even mention, which is the moving up 5th Rangers and Flampanzer both to the front line and not killing anything, making xyloser do the trades. And this works out because xyloser doesn't necessarily have any cards that buff the attack of his units. However, xyloser does run dive bombings, so unfortunately he does not have one in his hand at the moment. However, he doesn't necessarily have a large number of cards that would punish Head not trading and just pushing units. But this Yeg Bomber is going to come out, and
I
Head might be regretting that decision now.
I really like how Head is playing this match. Just dropping units, send them into the front line. That's it. He's choosing this play style over all of our other ideas to just get the board dominance, because this is the strength of the US frontline match, and he's getting rewarded. It's turn 8 into the match, and he finally found the Sherman, and he has so many US units in the front line, so he will get rewarded with additional card draw next turn. Maybe just Sherman plus We Can Do It to get a ton of stats and card draw. Looking quite well for a hit here.
Yeah, and I think xyloser it's really going to come down to whether or not he can find this Leopold, whether he draws it naturally or whether he draws it off of Spoils of War, off of Gathering Storm. He has more than a few ways to search for it, but it's hard to imagine he's going to be able to overcome just the amount of card draw that's going to come out of this Sherman plus the 2nd Infantry that's sticking around for another turn, and We Can Do It.
Yeah, that was a tough decision to let the 22nd Infantry live. However, Head is in a good position to be able to kill that Heinkel to prevent any more Spoils of War, and he's going for the Sherman as well. Finding a half track out of it, choosing the Red Devils, sends them into the front line, making those really sticky to the board, and with 2 attack, definitely a little bit more scary. Let me check if Head is running Blitzkrieg real
He is
fast.
running one copy of Blitzkrieg, and that's got to be something that's on xyloser's mind right now, because xyloser does not see Head's hand. He
Yeah,
has intel on 2 cards that he's returned to hand, but the way Head is playing makes it seem like he has Blitzkrieg.
definitely.
So xyloser is going to be very worried about that. And I mean, there's not a whole lot he can do. He can throw out the Hellcat, attack with the Yeg Bomber. He can move 2 units from the front line.
He could use Admiral Hipper, but just to retreat 1 unit back to hand. And right now, the 1 credit steal is not effective. So the
Yeah.
reason why I call turn 5 xyloser not playing Admiral Hipper is, compared to now, Admiral Hipper is just so much weaker. Look at the last 4 turns. Head was always able to use every single credit. And with an earlier Admiral Hipper and delayed card draw, this card could have been much more impact. I don't know if this would have changed the field. Look at the Blitzkrieg. Sherman is able to find the Blitzkrieg. This is 9, 10, 15 damage.
And honestly, if I'm Head, I'm just going to play it here, because you have to be thinking about Leopold next turn. So you might as well just get in the damage. Blitzkrieg is dealing 9 damage on its own this turn.
That was board clear and 15 damage.
And
even
xyloser
with
needs to top deck a Leopold, and that
That's
is not a
not-
Leopold.
that is not a Leopold. Look like you're right about US German frontline being a little bit more. What did you say?
I forget the exact word I used, but I do think the US German deck is just favored because it has a little bit more card draw, a little bit more unit buffs. It can just take advantage of the front line a little bit more.
A little bit more consistency was the word you were calling it.
Yeah, and
And
I mean, yeah, with these Shermans in hand, he had the we can do it the whole game. Even had to play it.
I mean, technically, xyloser is not dead. Okay, no, he's dead. The top deck of strategic bombing finished the deal, and Head is able to advance to the grand final, not only being top 4 in the World Championship, also being finalist of this KARDS Open. Very close matches, but he was able to defeat xyloser here. Although the decks were very similar and most of them were pretty fast, pretty aggressive, this was very interesting.
Yeah, this was a very close matchup as well. It was actually looking very dicey for Head. Going into game 4, being down 2-1 and looking like he was really struggling with that with the Jagro deck. But found a win in game 4, and US frontline, like, he looked very comfortable on the US frontline deck, I will say. And yeah, that carried on into a win. So, like you said, top 4 in World Championship, and here today he's qualified into top 16, fought his way through top 16 with some impressive 3-0 victory, and here today, a bit more of a struggle than his last match. No 3-0, it was a 3-2, but he is on into the finals, where he is guaranteed at least 2nd place, which you must be feeling good with at least 2nd place victory, if not winning the whole tournament going into Worlds next weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not the OCC where only top 3 are receiving prize money. The first place is getting 600, the second 450, so had already secured that. Very successful months for him so far. Third is receiving 250 and fourth 200, so even xyloser guaranteed 200, and he can make 250 out of that in the bronze match. This is why I like those KARDS Opens. You don't have to grind the entire months to be able to participate, and it's just 1 weekend or 2 if you're going to top 60 or playing both to qualify. It's free for everyone. Everyone can try this, can check this out, and there's even more money than in the OCC. I think this is a very friendly policy for the KARDS esport scene, so I like it.
Yeah, I think the Open, not necessarily this time around we see some fairly familiar names in the top 4, but there's definitely been Opens where we've seen new players in the top 4. And oftentimes, those new players, they make it into the top 4, and that's what motivates them to become regulars
Yeah.
going forward.
Definitely. All right. It's time to wrap this up and send you over to the next casting duo because there are more players waiting to play their matches. So let's get back to Ollie and Spooz. Take it away.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for that, Darkness and Jking. What an awesome series that was between xyloser and Head, going all 5 games. And I mean, you guys nailed it on the head. Head must be having a lot of fun these past few months in competitive cards, qualifying for the top 4, and now making it to the grand finals of the KARDS Open. This, of course, does wonders as well for the confidence of someone going into a big tournament like the World Championship. Spooz, I don't think we can underestimate that, right? Winning a tournament just the weekend before, or at least qualifying for the grand finals just the weekend before you play for the world title, it must help a lot, especially when you're not maybe as experienced as some of the other players in the grand finals of the World Championship there.
Yeah, it absolutely plays a role, I guess. The mindset that you are in when playing a tournament is so important. Like with every play you make, you just have to think that this is the correct play. You have to make the right decisions. And if you're not in the correct spot, like if you had a losing streak there in the previous days, or you just don't feel too confident, it's just completely different. And it's so important to have the momentum there, and Head definitely has it. And with today's tournament, I think he's in a good shape for next week for the World Championship.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket and how things stand after that series. There you can see it. Head moving on into the grand finals there. Who is he going to face there? Is it going to be No-5 or Kolbasnik? That's what we have coming for you next. And then xyloser slotting himself there into the bronze match. Again, who is he going to face? Is it going to be No-5 or Kolbasnik? We're about to go and find out just about now. Now, we have a fun series ahead of ourselves here. No-5 versus Kolbasnik. No-5, of course, a very well-known player from the Chinese community. We often talk about him as that player that knows how to put the pedal to the metal when it matters the most and find these lethals and victories out of nowhere, draw the alliance at the right time. You know, he has some interesting decks. Kolbasnik, I would say more a veteran of the open tournaments than the OCCs. I feel like he just consistently is making it into top 16s or top 4s of these opens, and I think that's impressive in its own right. So 2 powerhouses about to take on each other here in our second semifinal here. Now, before we go into the matches, let's take a quick look at the decks. So, Spooz, why don't you walk us through the decks that No-5 is bringing to the table here?
Yeah, No-5 usually known for bringing really aggressive decks. So he's very well known for having short series where he just 3-0s or 3-1s his opponents. We'll see Kolbasnik definitely having something against this today. But today's lineup is more like a standard, also maybe slower attempt. Starting with the self-damage deck, Soviet, Japan. Everyone already knows that one. German, US. Oh no, this is the third deck. The second deck is the Feint Retreat, Jaggro. Everyone is bringing today in slight variations, but basically just the same archetype for all 4 players today. Then the third one is the Brit US Air. We just saw that Brit Japan Air in the first series from xyloser versus Head was pretty strong. Even with a slow start there, could win against Jaggro. And I'm excited to see how the US ally version works. And the fourth deck is the German US draft deck, let's call it like that. Yeah, it looks like he put together random stuff, but I'm pretty sure if someone knows how to pilot this deck, then it's No-5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things that we covered around these decks in the pre-show. If you guys want to see it, make sure to check out the VOD of that. We got some nice insights from Jking there, and he talked about that deck, and he said, like, I'm not really a big fan of this deck, you know? It doesn't work for me, but somehow it works for No-5. He seems to be the only guy capable of actually playing that deck. And I think that's interesting, right? And then Darkness chimed in saying that this might be kind of a prototype for a true mid-range deck in cards, and I think it's going to be interesting to see that one. Now, before we swap on over to Kolbasnik, I want to highlight one thing. Both players are bringing Soviet self-damage. However, we're seeing No 5 bringing kind of a fairly straightforward one, right? He has the counter-offensive, he's got the Shinodo, but then once we swap over to Kolbasnik, if we start off by looking at his Soviet self-damage deck, he's bringing multiple ways to victory, right? He's able to win you through the units, he's also bringing the Yura, he's bringing the counter-offensive, and he's bringing a Katyusha. So walk us through the rest of Kolbasnik's decks here, Spooz.
Yeah, so you just mentioned the Soviet Japan version from Kolbasnik. I think it's a little bit better in the mirror, like when you have a board state where both players just have big units on board and none of each can just keep the front line and deal damage to HQ. It's good to have a Yura in hand that maybe buffed with the counter offensive there can just be a lot of damage to your opponent. And we will see if it comes to the mirror and if this variant might be better than the known version. The other decks, I really love to see Brit France mobilize here from Kolbasnik. It's a really cool archetype. I like playing it a lot because it feels to me like the deck archetype that cards should be. Like you just have several strategies. You really have to think about your plays. You have to adapt to your opponent a lot. Like if your opponent is playing aggressive, you maybe have to play it more aggressively. If your opponent is playing maybe control based, you should also play it like that and rely on the commonwealths as a win condition. I really like to see this one in action today because it's just one of my most favorite archetypes in the game.
You know what I like the most about this mobilized deck?
Yeah.
A lot of stuff happens on the board, right?
Yeah.
Like you play a card, you draw a card, there's like sound effects and people gaining health and there's pings going everywhere. That's what I like about that deck, right?
Yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
just like unit on the board, move up, you know. That's what I love. So it's a visual deck and I hope we get to see it today.
Yeah, especially with the introduction of the Commandos Kiefer and the Kitty Hawk. Just you deploy one unit, you have a 30-second on board, a honey, and so much stuff is happening there. Units are getting buffed, damage is dealt, and it's so nice to watch, and the sound effects, I completely agree. That is really satisfying. Yeah, and the third deck that we see here, for us the second deck, because we already took a look at the Soviet deck, is the US-German Frontline, which we saw already from head there being superior over the German-US variant. Really strong deck and overall one of the best decks at the moment, in my opinion. And the fourth deck, yeah, we already saw this from all the other three players, is the Japan-Germany Fade Retreat.
Awesome. Well, this is going to be an exciting matchup for sure. I believe the players are just about ready to get on into the match. But first, let's take a look at the bans. So a reminder to all of you watching at home, this is a best out of 5 series. Both players are bringing 4 decks, which means they need to ban 1. And No 5 gets his Jagro deck banned, and he bans out the Soviet self-damage deck from Kolbasnik. So we're not going to be able to see that mirror matchup on the Soviet self-damage side, which is very much like you said, you know, Kolbasnik kind of just has one more win condition in that mirror matchup, which might explain the ban there from No 5. But we will see Mobilize more than likely, and it means that we'll probably see Jagro versus Soviet self-damage, which is a matchup that I love as well.
Oh yeah, that's also really entertaining to watch. And yeah, kind of different bans here than I would have expected, honestly. I think so. I would have expected, at least from Kolbasnik, that he would ban the Brit Airless, because it's pretty good against his self-damage, for example, I guess, and also the Brit France deck. But I'm pretty sure he's, yeah, seeing that the Japan deck is maybe more of a threat, although it should not be too bad for the mobilized deck, and also Frontline should be at least an equal matchup there. And on Kolbasnik's end, the Soviet self-damage is banned, which is also interesting.
Yeah.
But
I'm excited for this one. I think this is going to be a fun series of matches, right? I wonder, you know, if you're No 5, you basically, like, he's bringing Soviet self-damage, and that's something that Jking flagged in the pre-show as being probably one of the best decks to have against the mobilization deck from Kolbasnik. Then Darkness came in and talked about Brit Air as well, so No 5 has at least 2 out of the 3 discussed great decks to have against Britain mobilization available in this roster. So that's going to be an interesting one for sure, and that kind of maybe begs the question why you would go for the Japan ban as Kolbasnik and not take out either one of those decks that you know are going to be pretty good against your Brit mobilization deck. That could potentially be his downfall, but then again, he can always opt to play that deck last, as his third deck. Even though if he goes up 2-0, even though he loses against those 2 decks, he's still going to have it up against the mid-range German deck. And I think that mid-range German deck might struggle against the mobilization deck from Kolbasnik. So, this is going to be a very, very interesting series as we wait for the players to get on into the match. But looking at everything, the decks, the bans, these 2 players, who do you think is going to walk away victorious in this one, Spooz?
It's hard to say. I mean, Kolbasnik also has kind of a momentum in the past week, since we also saw him in the top 6 of the World Championship qualification. We saw him in some other tournaments in this year. I think he's really well prepared. But on the other hand, there's No 5, who is, always a strong player to face, and who's always an opponent to really. You also need to kind of have some good hands against him. Like, if you have a bad start and no one completely knows how to abuse every weakness from his opponents. So it's hard to say. Looking at the matchups and seeing which decks both players have left. Also, maybe that German US ramp deck from No One is just the one that is losing him the series again today, because I don't know. I also tried it after I saw it first, and I think I could not score one single win with it. And I don't know. I think I go with Kolbasnik here, just because he's a nice guy. Not that No One is not a nice guy, but Kolbasnik is. I think he had some hard months, and he really deserves to be in the finals here today.
Yeah, if I'm not misremembering, I do think that Kolbasnik did beat No 5 in a series in that World Championship top 32. Because I feel like at some point, at least, I mean, Kolbasnik went into the lower bracket like round 1 there, and he needed to fight all the way through. And I do think that he played No 5 in that process. I might be mistaken, if I'm not, don't attack me for it. But this is like you said, he has a lot of momentum, and I think he's gotten in a lot of tournament play these past few months. So I think he maybe comes in a little bit better tournament shape, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it also feels like whenever he's playing off stream, he's just dominating and just crushing everyone. And whenever he's on stage, he's just so super unlucky with his starting hands and with his draws. So I really hope he has luck on his side today. And looking at this starting hand from him is already a good sign. 2 5th parachutes and the 73rd is not too bad.
Well, he is going up against Soviet self-damage, and currently there are no bloody sickles in hand. There is, however, a Red Dawn. The Red Dawn, however, will only be able to take out one of those potential 3 units that Kolbasnik can drop on turn 1, and is not getting, what can you say, like the maximum value out of dealing that 3 damage, right? So let's see what Kolbasnik opts to do. If he opts to hold 1 back, yes, he does.
Yeah. Just because of Winter Warfare, you don't want to overcommit into that potential card.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I'm guessing if you're Kolbasnik, you want to continue to develop the board. You want to push one of those parachutes up. Again, like, this is a tricky one. Winter Warfare is just such a powerful card against anything that you can drop within, a single turn. Outside of getting that 73rd plus a Potes plus some other ways of gaining healing, maybe you got a Honey on board. It's an interesting one. Going for the Monty here, not opting for the draw, just doesn't want to give that XIV a chance to trade. and that's an interesting one as well.
Yeah, I love that play. It secures him that his 73rd might just get 2-3 health and also 2 attack, which makes it unfavorable for no one to trade into it. And yeah, really good play there, and also makes that a 5th parachute in the front line is also very likely becoming a 3-3, which makes it even harder for no one if he's not having the Red Dawn to get rid of those.
We see that no one does have the Red Dawn, does however not use it, uses the Zhukov 456, the infantry regiment. And now defend in depth.
Yeah, now we are at the spot where it's better for Kolbasnik to keep the 5th parachutes in hand until he finds the POTAS, because there's just so much stuff that can just easily remove them from the board, and it might be more valuable for him later to play them together with POTAS.
Absolutely, and here's the Red Dawn. I wonder if we're going to see anything pushed up into the front line. That's probably another reason why Kolbasnik wanted to play that one relatively close to his chest, wanting to use that retreat option. Does not find it, however. And now already he's in a pretty tricky spot, floating 4 credits there, and there's a powerful board against him. 4-4, a 5-3 tank that's delivering damage to face, and all of a sudden, there's lethal in the front line here. Yes, he has shelling. Yes, he is able to do something about it, but there's lethal in the front line here.
Yeah, and that shelling is just delaying the problem for 1 turn. Like, I'm not even sure what he can top deck here.
Counteroffensive! Look at that counteroffensive. There's 4 damaged units. Double counteroffensive.
Double counteroffensive.
There's 4 damaged units on the board. You can even he can even counteroffensive Petliakov, right? So there's going to be no deployment effects.
Yeah, okay, counteroffensive. I understood that you want to play the counteroffensive on the Petliakov, but yeah.
No.
But there's only, what is there? There's only the Churchill, and that is 7 credits, so...
Yeah, and I mean, it's also a deployment effect.
Yeah, but he's still dead next turn. The POTAS will only heal for 4 here. If played together with 2 parachute. Oh no, you can also deploy 2 mobilized units, so it's +8 actually. But still dead on board there. Because no one is having 23 on board. Together with the Petliakov, it's even 25.
Yeah, and he's got another counteroffensive as well in hand, so he's going to be able to buff for further 8 damage. Does retreat an enemy unit. Hoping that that's going to be enough to save him. Probably won't be, because there's an additional 8 damage just waiting to be added to either one of those units in the front line. Why would No 5 not?
Wait.
Just counteroffensive kill?
He missed lethal. That was another +6 on one of those units. I mean, maybe he's feeling really confident here. Like, look at this board, and he knows that Mobilize is not having too many answers against those big boys. Like 1 defend and death was already played, I guess. Or did he mulligan it? There's the second one.
Monty and Schelling already played. No answers. And this is the power of Soviet self-damage against Brit Mobilize. And this is exactly what Jking was referencing in the pre-show. This is why it's difficult. And look at that. I mean, No 5 was also, he was able to just hold on to the Red Dawn until that 73rd reached 3 health, and then he was like, all right, now I'll use it, right? He didn't have to immediately remove it because it's a slow-moving infantry unit.
Yeah, really, really well played. He utilizes his guard there to get rid of the units, hold the Red Dawn back, and just use it when it was really necessary. And yeah, Jking was correct in the end. Really bad matchup here for Kolbasnik. Let's see if it goes better with the next second match, where he's choosing to go with Jagro now, but into Brit Air.
Yeah, I like that. I think Kolbasnik really needed to make that change. Going with Brit Mobilization into Brit Air again would have been a tricky situation for him. Especially, I feel like against the US Brit Air, it's maybe a slightly better matchup because there's not those air superiorities or early removals that can come out, but it's still a tough one, I would say. So good adaptation here from Kolbasnik, hoping to swoop some momentum back in his favor.
$594. Yeah, those Greyhounds are also really good against Jaguar here. With their 3 health, they're also able to trade into an Akita regiment and maybe get the 2 destruction defect initially. But yeah, mobilize, you don't want to queue into Brit Air. When you face an early swordfish there and all your units that come out have 1 health, that is really a pain in the you know what. But also
Yeah.
staring at this board as a Jaguar player is not really what you want.
No, and I mean, I question the Type 94 play there on turn 2, especially if you're gonna go face here, because I mean, he decided to play the Type 94 and pin instead of playing the Type 93 and then double attacking the HQ with the Bicycle Regiment, dealing 4 damage. He could have even played the Type 94 with it and held the surprise attack. So maybe a slightly worse line that he took there, opting instead to pin the Greyhound, because no 5 wouldn't have had enough credits to both trade out the Bicycle Regiment, deploy another Greyhound, go across the field, and take out the Type 93. Now he does, however. So
Good line here. Both Greyhounds still on board. They already got a lot of value out of it. And might get even more now, because this Akita regiment has to... Okay, it's going with the Mido, also good.
yeah, going for a decent trade there. But I mean, look at No 5's hand. He's got, what is that, 7 cards in hand versus the 2 there from Kolbasnik. Kolbasnik already fairly quickly running out of steam, and the engineers buffing the HP of those units even further.
Might actually see a sheet in here from Kolbasnik. But yeah, we know that there's a... Yeah, we know that it's not going to stay there for a long time. No one found the privateer. Privateer in the front line could also slow down a lot of aggression there from Kolbasnik, but it's not even needed at this point. Like, look at the board state here. A full support line there for Noen, with a lot of big HP units. There's even the idea just to move that Gladiator to the front line.
Kolbasnik is really praying that he finds a signal regiment and a feigned retreat pretty soon, so that he can start pouring some burn pressure onto No 5 here, because he is really quickly falling behind in this battle for superiority here on the battlefield.
Yeah, what do you play the Cinder regiment on here? Like, there's so much stuff. This is the unit with the most HP, but also the Rough Lightning with 3 attack can become a problem soon.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the 3 attack is going on to, you know, units and not barreling into the HQ, I think maybe taking out the most HP makes sense. But
Sure, but Rough Lightning can trade away a Mido regiment. Like, it's having 3 attack. The Gladiator only had 1 and can only deal with 1 HP unit. So yeah, tough call there and tough decision for Kolbasnik what to remove there. Also, the Rough Lightning cannot be targeted by the Raiding Brigade, so I'm not 100% sure if the Gladiator was the correct target there, but pretty sure Kolbasnik has an idea.
He has his reasons. Now, whether or not they are good reasons, that's a whole different story.
On the other hand, it's turn 7 next turn for Kolbasnik. He already got known down to 14, having a Mido and a Nikito on board, which could be a potential 4 more damage. And then he's having the Shiren, which can burst out 8 damage on turn 11. So it's actually closer than it looks like.
The Shiren gets traded out by the Privateer, though, with the 1 heavy armor, even through the ambush.
Sure, but not if you're deployed on turn 11 and blitz out 8 credits, 8 damage, right? So it's not over yet. No one needs to start to apply HQ damage to Kolbasnik now, instead of just killing all these units and still receiving damage to face. And Kolbasnik just going all in here. Also, smart move to move the Sendai, like the like the support line is full there from known. So whenever this Sendai dies, he's not getting the gladiator back.
Yeah, but Empire Strikes, that's going to take out all but one unit in the front line. And the pings go out, and they take out the engineers, making space there. However, I mean, 12 HP. It's getting a little bit closer there for Kolbasnik, but man, I bet he wished that he had a signal regiment on the field for that one. Now playing the sheet and likely just, yeah, going face with it.
Yeah, like no one needs to sacrifice a lot into this.
Yeah. Well, he also just sexted it, which is something that he looks to be doing. So many answers in the hand here for Noen 5, and now he's pushing damage to face, and this is what we know. We know from Noen, you know, that he does a lot of. He pushes damage when he needs to push damage. Now the question is, what can Kolbasnik find to pull him back into this, right? What are the cards that he has in his deck? Desperate Measures would take out the Privateer. I mean, now he probably doesn't want to push the Privateer. I mean, he can hit the Sheeden with the Greyhound, and he can second pair C the Gladiator and then trade it out. That's one way of getting rid of it. That'll also open up the HQ to deal 5 damage to it. But it feels like Kolbasnik needs to find some good draws. Desperate Measures, bombing raids, something that allows him to deal with the board in order to claw himself back into that. Another 26th Engineering Battalion, that's going to buff the HP of everyone back up. It's going to allow the Privateer to trade without dying as well.
It really needs to take care of that shit in there. Whether we're just pinning it or killing it. Decides to kill it with the Privateer.
It's not what you're looking for if you are Kolbasnik. However, he is able to drop the Panzer 35T, trade out the Greyhound, and take out the Privateer, saving himself from lethal next turn, at least by what's on board.
No one needs to find 2 more damage. Not finding it yet. But Kolbasnik being out of cards, I don't see any top deck that is keeping him away from dying here the turn after.
Yeah, Kolbasnik ran out of steam really quickly here.
Yeah, that's maybe the downside of going first with Jago. There's a lot of upsides of going first, but also one big downside, because it just happens that you just run out of steam, as we saw it from Kolbasnik here. If you don't find your feigned retreat early enough, don't find any 22nd, then this is just the situation you're finding yourself in, and suddenly a 2-0 there for Noen.
Yeah.
One more win, and he's in the finals.
Lady Luck is not on my side. Emoted there by Kolbasnik. Indeed, it was not on his side. Not finding Desperate Measures, not finding Bombing Raid, not finding Feigned Retreat, not finding an Arado or anything to help him draw that, or even a Signal Regiment to help him burn a little bit faster. So a fairly quick couple of games here, and Noen 5 firmly in the driver's seat. But now it is Kolbasnik's time to try and claw things back. Goes with the Japan aggro deck again into this mid-range German deck from Noen 5, the draft deck, the Panzer deck, and Noen 5 keeping dive bombing in hand there already. However, Signal Regiment right off the bat here for Kolbasnik, and there is no healing in Noen 5's deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're correct there. I
have
think
maybe one we
Kolbasnik
can
should
do?
have a big advantage here now. I think there's no we can do it in. Nope, not a single one. So there's absolutely no healing. So Signal Regiment could be the MVP in this match. And having it in starting hand is really important. On the other hand, no one has the dive bombing to get rid of the 15th Cavalry Regiment that is coming out here. Yeah, but also not a good follow-up there for
Sunstrike as
Kolbasnik.
well.
Yeah. Sudden strike is really bad news for that signal regiment.
Well, he gets another 15th cav, so he should know with the open deck list that there is a sudden strike. Is No 5 running Flampanzers? Let me see. Yes, he's running one Flampanzer as well. So one sudden strike, one Flampanzer. All of this is able to deal with the signal regiment. He immediately drops the signal regiment and does 5 damage to face. But that's going to be dealt with more than likely immediately on the turn after here for No 5.
You can at least kill one unit. I'm excited to see which one he's going for. Like, killing the signal regiment will still let you eat 5 damage next turn. There comes the 5th Rangers. Instantly going key 83 here. Like, no one is not having too much against this. He only has a Panzer 4 that can bounce it, or the Admiral Hipper, if he's playing that one.
Yeah, and 7 damage. That's a pretty big stat line, and I mean that's one of the dangers of playing against the Key 83. It's just the amount of pure damage it can deliver if you're not able to take it off the field, and no answer in hand here for No 5. I mean, what is he gonna do? Is he just gonna ramp? You know. Sudden strike going on the signal regiment, then trading out the Type 94 in the front line. That's still 7 damage going to be pushed to face here.
And also found another Akita regiment that can secure the front line pretty easily.
Yeah.
This Key 83 is really a problem here for Known. Not finding any answers. Dive bombing can delay it 1 turn. But
yeah,
still.
I mean, it can delay it 1 turn, but
yeah.
Yes, it like still.
Yeah, it's also just 2 more draws there for Kolbasnik and
yeah.
potential more damage.
The Type 93 is also a unit that can attack, which is something that people often forget. You know, it doesn't deal a lot of damage, but sometimes it is that one missing damage that you need to finish out a game.
Yeah, especially if you have a backup Akita in hand, which can also just randomly hit HQ there and burst another 2 damage. So no, not really in a good spot. Absolutely not. He's just going to ramp here to drop the Schwalbe next turn.
Exactly. Oh, but that's it! Bombing raid!
Shit, an end bombing raid.
Kolbasnik finding what he needs to win. And a quick answer there for Kolbasnik, bringing the series down to a single game difference between the two. No 5 can still close this one out if he does win the next game, but Kolbasnik edging ever so closer. Now the question will be, does he bring the mobilization deck or does he bring the US deck into the next one? Well, we're about to find out. We know what Noah's bringing. What is Kolbasnik going to be bringing?
So I expect him to bring the frontline deck. Like, I think Noah's deck is really, really slow, and when you can just establish a big board there, you can just overwhelm your opponent, as we saw last match there. Not having any healing.
He goes for Mobilize.
He goes with Mobilize. Okay, that is interesting. Knowing that your opponent has Dive Bombing, Sudden Strike, Flampanzer. I mean, at some point he needs to win with it against it, so why not do it now?
Yeah, that is true. And Flampanzer already in hand there for No 5. Kind of does not care how big that 73 gets.
Good Dive Bombing top deck there. Yeah. But there's a first airborne waiting. First airborne maybe stronger opening play there than the 73rd. I think he just played it over the first airborne because he has the honey in hand. And with a potential follow-up convoy, this 73rd can just be very, very huge, very, very quick.
Okay, Observer Core on the Potez and then attacking with the honey. And now turn 4 is looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, and now wait for it. Potez, 73rd, with the honey on board. Yeah, from 0-1 to what will be 4-5, something like that.
I mean, it's still just going to get Flampanzer, so.
But
it's going to draw out the Flampanzer, right?
It gives him draw, it gives him healing. And known that Known 5 is not having any access to healing.
Oh!
Commonwealth is a really good win condition here. 5th Parachute was just the nuts here. there's a 6-7 now from just in one turn. This card is really insane.
Yeah. And I mean, even to follow up on that, having a convoy plus honey is pretty good as well.
2 more honeys in hand there for Kolbasnik. I'm just thinking if no one is even using the Flampanzer here, or he's just waiting and finding a way to kill the Potes. Which I don't see any line of.
Just trading out the honey. I mean, like I said, he doesn't have to immediately Flampanzer it. It's going to take a couple turns for it to get into the front line and then attack face. So he can wait until the 73rd gets pushed up before Flampanzering it. Looks like that is the route that he wants to go.
Also a lot of bounce there in None's hand already. The FW, the Panzer IV, and all these slow infantries in Kolbasnik's deck. I think he really has to rely on the Commonwealth here. If he can secure the front line and keep no one away from his HQ, I think he has a good chance of winning with the Commonwealth here.
Yeah, now with the support line being locked, he's not able to deploy another honey before he pops the convoy if he wants to get some draws off this turn. So that's not going to be adding stats to the 73rd. Definitely with the 73rd in the front line, that's going to draw out the Flampanzer next turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's 1 credit short of moving 1 unit out of the front line and play honey and the convoy. But we're definitely going to see this next turn, although it's quite weaker when the 73rd is just gone.
This must feel so satisfying. 3 credits, drops a unit on the board, plus takes out a 7-8 in the front line. That is extreme value.
Yeah, it's also really frustrating as a mobilized player when you just took so much effort in building a big unit, move it to the front line, and it instantly just dies to a Flampanzer. That feels really bad. But on the other hand, Kolbasnik establishing a good amount of HQ health here already. And that's what I just said. He just needs to remove all the stuff from Noen, keep himself above 30, and Noen really needs to find a way to keep him below 30 and on the same hand, just dealing with all the units there. Really tough spot here for Noen, honestly.
The FW 190s are gonna do wonders for No 5 as it gets a little bit later into the game. I mean, let's remember there's still 6 turns until Kolbasnik is even able to play a Commonwealth. So, I mean, it's a far ways off, and even though he might get to 40, 50 HP on his HQ, that might still not be enough. Now, 2, 4. Not able to play another honey and the commandos plus draw this turn, opting instead to just keep it going in terms of the healing train and adding stats to that 73rd, dropping the mobilization off it now.
Oh, keep the observer core.
Is he gonna drop this Churchill?
I would have loved him keeping it, because if he finds
Yeah.
the Commonwealth now, he can play it on turn 10.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he's getting so much benefit from just having a 5 credit Churchill here. Like, what can he even bounce? A unit that is bouncing his units, like the FW, he's not bouncing airplanes with it.
That's the thing. He's not bouncing airplanes, and you look at the hand of No 5, and it's pretty much just airplanes. It's the small bits, 2 FW-190As. It's the Jag Bomber, and the only thing there is the Panzer IV-F that is not a plane.
Yeah, but if he's giving it back to Known there, it's just getting the deployment effect again. Defend and Death, so important find here to get rid of the FW.
Extremely.
Wondering if he's even going for it. Sexton probably the
I like
better
the Sexton.
play here.
I like the
Yeah,
Sexton.
also Defend and Death is pretty essential against the Leopold, so better hold it back until you really, really have to use it. Another dive bombing there.
Yeah, it can be used to take out a honey.
I think FW has to come down on this 10-7. Bombing, killing these. one of the two honeys. Ooh, shelling.
Shelling.
Shelling is really strong, followed up by this first airborne, for example. Like, this is what makes this mobilized deck so strong additionally. Like, pinning opponent's units, moving... It has to be just one airborne, which is 10 damage, and it can just single-handedly win you a game in some situations.
Yeah.
We know, on the other hand...
Hellcat, great top deck for Noen. Neutralizes the threat of 8 damage or 10 damage to the face if that turn would have come to pass, and bounces the Sexton as well.
Oh my god, that was a really important top deck there. Otherwise, one of those two big attack units would have survived. Now we can bounce the FW probably and pin the Panzer IV with the Sexton. This is unfortunately only 4 damage. Could still kill it. The FW and pin the Panzer IV. Choosing to just bounce it.
Wonder if he's gonna move both units up then.
Deciding to go for the Commandos Kiefer. Okay, 2 more turns until potential Commonwealth. I'm pretty sure Kolbasnik is just sitting there waiting for it. Where is it? Where is it? I can feel the tension here.
I mean, Swalba would be Noen's entire turn there. I mean, it would take out the Wrath Lightning, but it might not be enough. 3-card draw there from the Panzer 3H. What can he find?
Yeah, what is he looking for here? Probably
Leopold?
Leopold, maybe, yeah. One of his best options, maybe. Just seeing how long he's thinking about it, I'm pretty sure there's no Leopold option, or there's Leopold plus another very good option, which I don't know what could be better than Leopold here.
But I mean, he is slowly but surely running out of time to establish that board that is going to knock down the HP of the HQ of Kolbasnik below 30 before he finds Commonwealth. I mean, about half the deck for each of them left at this point, a little bit over. So, I mean, it's starting to get a little bit more dicey there. And with no kind of direct damage from hand either, Kolbasnik feels pretty comfortable playing out these 73rds to try and get the buff on them from the honey.
No, just finding more ramp here, not really what he needs.
You know what he needs right now? An alliance. If he finds the alliance, he'll find a way to win. You know, that's
Ooh, that is also not too bad.
Well, I mean, it's not huge. But hey, I mean, he's gonna get locked out. There's a Monty in the hand right now for Kolbasnik. He's gonna be able to draw with it. He's gonna be able to lock out.
Ooh, and an ultra.
Just
push everything up now.
And now he has enough damage to finish the game. This game's done. I mean, there's nothing that can be done here for Noen 5. There's no rally or anything in his hand, and just playing a little bit too many units there without finding a way to hit face, and Kolbasnik is going to end up winning this one. And there we go. Kolbasnik ties it up 2-2, and we're getting 2 5-game series here in the semifinals. Expert play there for Kolbasnik. Noen 5 just not finding what he needed. And even though it looked rough for Kolbasnik for a while there, he was able to play himself out of that situation and find the W.
Yeah, it was really a downhill battle there for Noen. Like, as I said, you cannot just go face there all the time. You also need to deal with the units. And in the meantime, Kolbasnik could just, control the match there, wait for the Commonwealth. And maybe today is the day where Noen just realizes, hey, I should not bring this deck again, because it just lost 2 games in a row now. And against Frontline, I don't know, I'm not too confident that he can take the win with that, but maybe he's proving me wrong here, and Noen, after the 2-0 lead there, also takes the victory. Or Kolbasnik is just turning the whole game around. I would really, really find it good for him, but we will see who's taking the win here.
Kolbasnik found the blitzkrieg there.
Ooh, and
He's
a pretty aggressive hand. Look at this 35T double in hand, 5th fifth Rangers as a turn 4 play there. And
Yeah.
no one did not find a sudden strike, no Flampanzer.
I think
Also
that's a
100
huge. I think that's a huge top deck. Yeah, 109th combat engineers there on turn 2 there for Kolbasnik. It means that he's able to hold back his Panzer 35Ts and put a really terrifying Red Devils in the front line.
Yeah, this is just 5 damage to face this turn, followed up by at least another 5 damage next turn.
I mean, there's a Blitzkrieg. This game could just be over in a couple turns. I mean, No 5 does have the Panzer 3L. If he goes out and like wants to take out one of those units, but he might be caught off guard here by that Blitzkrieg.
Oh, there's the Flampanzer at least. So what can Kolbasnik do here?
I mean, it's another 5 damage if he wants it. Panzer 35T into the front line, attack. Not the most credit efficient thing in the world. 5th Rangers puts a 5-5 body in the front line. Or 5-4 body, sorry.
5-4, yeah. But yeah, pretty well playing around Sudden Strike and Flampanzer here. Like, he knows that Sudden Strike can just single-handedly take out the 35T. And also 35T is better as a surprise factor later, together with the Blitzkrieg. You can just drop it out very cheap. So holding it back here and just developing the 5th Rangers in the front line, which is a way bigger problem there for no one. On the other hand, he's on turn 6, so you can just bounce it back with whether Panzer 4 or choosing to take the FW to not give it the double buff there.
So normally I would be a little bit like, why are you throwing back something that is going to be able to just throw something immediately back into your face? But I kind of like it here because if Kolbasnik is able to keep control of the front line here for the next turn, he's able to throw up at least 2 tanks with the half track plus the Panzer 35T. And I believe he has just enough credits to pop the Blitzkrieg. So I think he's setting up a lethal on the next turn, and he's hoping that No 5 just goes, all right, well, fine, then I'll just bounce your unit again.
Yeah, but no one is having a way here to just empty the front line and even go into it. And that might just ruin Kolbasnik's plan here, especially because this Panzer 3H has still 3 health.
Yeah, I think he was... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to mention that he probably needs to spend the 5th Rangers into it. That cannot go to the front line then. Tricky.
No, I mean, I definitely think he was trying to, or hoping that a high credit cost card like the Panzer IV or the FW 190 Jag Bomber would be coming out to deal with his play, and not a 3 credit Flampanzer that would then allow No 5 to complete his turn in the way that he did.
Ooh, the 30-second help a lot here. Look how expensive No One's hand is. 10, 6, 6, 9, another 6 drop here. But these are also pretty big boys. And just 3 or 4 of them on the board is just 20 damage in one turn.
Yeah.
There was we saw it in the previous match here against the Mobilize when you're just busy pinning them or bouncing them, and the opponent still developing more and more, and suddenly he's having 4 of these big boys on the board and just overwhelming you. But so far, Kolbasnik is doing pretty okay here in just keeping all these big guys in check and dealing with them.
Really wants to find another combat engineers. Really needs or wants to have his units at 3 attack when they go into the front line against the 38T and the Flampanzer there for No 5.
I would love to see another 5th Rangers in the front line there, holding the other 2 units, or at least the half track back for next turn potential Blitzkrieg there. Because with the Hellcat and 35T, this is already 12 damage there.
Yeah, it's the cost is going to be a problem for him, as he's only
on... Sure, not next turn, but the turns after, this could really be be a problem there for no one
What
if
is the
he's...
PIR hit?
Oh,
Wow.
pretty good hit. Usually it's just, even if you have 10 units or 10 infantry units on board, it's just hitting itself. This time the perfect hit here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect hit. And the No 5 does have a great answer. He's got the Heinkel there, is able to deal with that for free if he so chooses.
And look at what Nosen's able to play next turn, if he chooses so. The Leopold and Kolbasnik almost having a full hand here, 6 cards in hand.
I think the big thing here is if this gets into kind of a trade battle, Kolbasnik needs to be able to find the value of the draws from the Sherman. So, I mean, I could definitely be seeing as how expensive No 5's hand is. I mean, he barely, over the next few turns, he'll barely have the ability to play multiple cards each turn. So, this is gonna be a slugfest of a mid game here.
Yeah, these 2 units in the front line, kind of a problem. This needs a lot of resources there for Kolbasnik to just kill these, and then he's not even in the front line.
Yep.
And there's just another Panzer IV waiting to push up next turn. Maybe he even has to sacrifice a Hellcat here. Or 5th Rangers, yeah. 5th Rangers, both units push to the front line probably.
Yeah, probably has to push both of them to the front line.
Thinking about going face here. So I think he did some calculations there, what he's having in hand, how much potential damage output is this. Like this is now 35T Hellcat is lethal for him now with the 12 damage from that combo. Yeah. And whenever he has a full free front line, he can just burst out this 12 damage. So no one really has to be careful now. If he chooses to...
Leopold is attempting.
Yeah, but it's 4, 7... 4, 7. It's 10 credits to do Hellcat 35T Blitzkrieg if you have no infantry unit on board.
Yeah.
So not enough yet.
And I mean,
but he has a 109s. Wait. This is another 8 damage potentially. Oh, did he think he had lethal here?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he thought that he had enough credits. He does not. Or no, he does not. And why would he drop the 32nd instead of the combat engineers there if he was going to make that play? Ooh, might have been a misplay there for Kolbasnik. Game number 5. That's not where you want it to happen. And dive bombing would even allow that Panzer IV F2 to trade that unit for free and basically make it extremely difficult for Kolbasnik to punch through it to get back into the front line.
Yeah, also FW and then just move this 5-5 to the front line would be a play here. Additionally, he can also just drop another 5th Rangers additionally.
Yes,
like, this is 5, 7, 11. Choosing not to do so. Just
no, he's going to put the 4th Rangers as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 35T is always frightening there, so better kill it and have it out of your opponent's arsenal.
I think we just saw Kolbasnik make a mistake that cost him the game.
Very likely, yeah. I'm not sure what other line he could have gone there, but I think he really miscalculated something there. Like the moment he just saw he had 6 credits left and wanted to move it, he just stopped his movement, and I think he realized something there.
Yeah, and I mean, and now No 5, he has so many answers to any high attack, like 4+ attack units that Kolbasnik puts on the board. He can bounce it once. He can bounce it twice. He can dive bombing and trade into it. He can do so many different things that this feels like it's going to be super difficult for Kolbasnik to ever get back into this game. I mean, he's never going to be able to really attack with a Sherman, even if he plays two of them.
The campaign trip was kind of worth it. Both units just healing back up here. I mean, it was just, what was it, 2 credits to give the Panzer IV 3 health and the other, the 5th Ranger 2 health. So, kind of mediocre, but has it out of hand now, but he's still having a very, very dominant board here. And looking at Kolbasnik's hand, I don't see how he ever touches that HQ again. 1 Hellcat was already played. 35 Ts, only 1 left. And there's 9 health to kill in the front line.
His naval task force has also been overdrawn.
Yep.
99th Infantry Battalion, that's not going to help him. We Can Do It's not going to help him. Red Devil's not going to help him. The Skytrain's not going to help him. Strategic bombing, I mean, it does do something, but it's not going to do anything that allows him to finish the game. There's pretty much nothing left in Kolbasnik's deck that's going to be of any threat and is going to be able to punch through that 9 HP in the front line right now. And again, you know, see the Sherman comes out, just gets bounced, right?
Yeah, interesting that Kolbasnik just chooses to bounce the FW instead of the 5th Rangers.
I mean, he can play 2 Shermans next turn, and they're still both going to be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, this is no one's time to shine here. If he's not strong in this state of the game or in this late game stage here, when is he ever going to shine? And we absolutely see the strengths of his deck now, really dominating Kolbasnik here in the late game. And yeah, I think this will be over very, very soon.
I think at this point in time, the only card from the US nation that could save Kolbasnik would be Seaborne Invasion, and he doesn't have that.
Yeah, it will absolutely be the only option. Hellcat delays it a little bit here, getting rid of the 5/5, but still 2 5th Rangers to deal with here.
I mean, that Sherman, you know what's going to happen to it? It's going to get bounced.
Let's see. Oh, you're correct.
That Sherman has done more bounces than a kid at a bouncy castle right now. Just been going back and forth, up and down, up and down.
Or than Ollie in a bouncing castle.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I take my kids to trampoline parks, and I've seen them bounce less than this Sherman. So it's that Sherman. The tank operators there must be having a great time. They're going on a ride of their life this game. 1 HP remaining, Skytrain not going to be enough. That miscalculation, that one turn from Kolbasnik where he pulled the trigger thinking he had lethal, being 1 credit short, looks to be enough to get him out of the grand finals and relegate him to the 3rd place match. The surrender comes in, and 0-5, teetering on the edge of losing this series after going 2-0 up early, but Kolbasnik fighting a good fight, almost making the comeback. And like you pointed out, 1 credit more, 1 credit, and Kolbasnik wins that. He tried to set up lethal a couple of times. He tried to utilize the blitzkrieg. He tried to surprise 0-5 with that burst of aggression, setting up some tanks in the back line, but always just that ever so slightly too short. Just coming up ever so slightly too short on that one. Well, that was an intense second series of the day. Before we move on over to the 3rd place match and then the grand finals, we're going to go on a quick, short little break. So don't move a muscle. Well, I mean, move a muscle. Go get something to drink, but don't tune away from the Cards channel here. Make sure to stick with us for the 3rd place match and the grand finals that are going to be coming up right after this.
And welcome back, everyone. It's Jking and myself again, the Team Ammo casters, bringing to you the action of the bronze match. After the first semi-finals, we are close to have a look again at the bracket, and Crosshead and 9-5 advance to the final. But first, we will see Kolbasnik and xyloser battling out the bronze match to see who has the advantage and who will take home the third spot and 250 bucks on their way. xyloser earlier lost against Head 2-3, and Kolbasnik's just lost to 9-5 2-3. So these were very close matchups. And now we are bringing you the third match very soon. Jking, what do you expect seeing here?
Well, we saw that for xyloser, it was really that German deck that was struggling to get the win, and that's eventually what caused him to lose in Game 5. And for Kolbasnik, it seemed to be maybe just the nerves of getting to Game 5. He almost made the reverse sweep, but in Game 5, in the critical moments, he maybe made one or two mistakes. So here it's two players who I think really want to prove themselves. They want to prove their deck lists again. So I suspect we're going to probably see another Game 4, Game 5. I don't think this is just going to be a for either player, and I think we're going to see some very close matchups.
All right, then please do us a favor and remind us of the lineup that they're bringing.
Of course. So starting with xyloser, he of course has the Soviet Japan self-damage, which is a pretty standard list. Then he has the Britain Japan air deck, which we saw actually do very well in his semi-final game, and then he has the Japan-German Feigned Retreat list, which all four players have, and instead of the US-German, he has the German-US mid-range deck, which he struggled to get a win with in the previous set.
Exactly. Now let's have a look at Kolbasnik lists as well. We just saw them in action, but of course, just as a quick reminder, he's bringing the mobilization Brit deck, the traditional US-German Frontline deck, the self-damage deck, and the J-Aggro deck as well. So now, this is best of 5. You are able to ban one deck. And we discussed behind the scenes how the decision of Kolbasnik not banning self-damage, although it's so strong against most of his lineup. What do you expect seeing here from the bans?
I mean, if I were in either of these players' positions, I would ban self-damage. And maybe Kolbasnik changes his mind from the semi-final after seeing just how utterly destroyed he was by self-damage in Game 1. Maybe he chooses to ban it again here. However, I mean, I was very shocked to not see self-damage banned the first time around, so maybe we'll see it again.
We are about to see the bans, and we were wrong. No Soviet self-damage deck is banned. 2 times Brits got banned. So Brit Air is getting banned and mobilization is getting banned. Looked like this snowball win in game 3 or 4 from Kolbasnik was enough to scare xyloser to take that ban. Brit Air ban is, I think, still reasonable. I guess it's the second strongest list against Kolbasnik's lineup. Yeah, I just wanted to point it out. Jking is wrong because I was wrong so many times, and it's so hard to predict the bans. Even Jking, the current world champion, is not able to do this right every single time. Feels good. Thank you so much, my friend. And we are about to see the first match of Kolbasnik versus xyloser. It's the self-damage versus self-damage list. This
yeah,
is
the
going to be
self-damage mirror is always a really, really fun one to see, and the fact that they're both bringing it Game 1, I think they clearly both understand the power of the deck into each other's lineup.
And they're playing the same allies as well. So Kolbasnik knows he can't, or xyloser knows he can play the 33rd Recon. Kolbasnik really does not want to play any removal onto that. Sadly for Kolbasnik, he does not have the 34th guards in hand, while xyloser has 2 of those, plus Bloody Sickle, plus Red Dawn, already starting very strong here.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate hand for Kolbasnik. These scouting parties can actually be very powerful in the mirror matchup because it prevents your opponent from playing Winter Warfare, or at least prevents them from doing it without you drawing 2 cards alongside it. However, Ura is not what you want to see, and there's no 34th guards to discount. Great Patriotic
Red
Wars,
Dawn.
also not what you want to see. Another Red Dawn for xyloser. This is going to let him get out both 34ths.
I kind of disagree with the play of Kolbasnik here, allowing his opponent to drop 2 6/6 units and advance into the front line. Maybe the scouting party would have just been a little bit better.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, when your hand looks like that, you have to take some risks. You have to hope that maybe your opponent doesn't have an answer and you can start snowballing with your 456th. But unfortunately for him, xyloser did have the sickle, the Red Dawn, and 2 34ths to be discounted.
and what you mentioned earlier, the Ura can be a dead hand. Looks definitely like it. There's no Soviet unit in field for Kolbasnik. Zukov is able to draw one, but I don't think this is enough here. He needs to get more card draw, attacking 33rd weekend into 33. Will give him a 34th guard, and Red Dawn is taking out the 456th while buffing his own. Looking a little bit better now.
A little bit, but I mean, xyloser's hand just has so much gas in it. This Naval Brigade, this KV, this First Rifles, all of these units, even if Kolbasnik somehow clears the front line, all of these units are just going to really push xyloser over the top. I can't see a way Kolbasnik can come back into this game. Is there anything you think Kolbasnik can do or draw or find? His First Rifles will certainly help.
First Rifles will help. Yeah. Another Red Dawn would have been nice too, to finish off the damaged 34th guards. Also,
Kolbasnik starting to pick up his 34th, but now he doesn't have any cards to discount them other than this one sickle in hand. That's not going to be enough to get them out.
yeah, so another Red Dawn plus the First Rifles could have brought him back by allowing him to deploy actually one of his 34s. Right now it looks very tough, of course. xyloser is able to trade away the first rifles, losing one of his units in the front line if he chooses to. Now he's going for the Red Dawn play to deal more damage.
Yeah, this will drop Kolbasnik to 2 health, which means Kolbasnik needs to heal next turn or he's just dead to KB.
Yeah, and I don't see a way of healing him right now. Finally, he finds Bloody Sickles to reduce the deployment costs, but this is not enough. He can play Great Patriotic War this turn, but it's only 12 damage he's able to set back, and he's not even able to finish one of those 34 guards in the front line, so very impressive. xyloser had just a much better mulligan, and that's it for the first game. 1-0 for xyloser.
Yeah, but I would expect Kolbasnik to just bring the self-damage deck again, and even if he doesn't bring it immediately, I don't think the self-damage deck is going to struggle that much to get a win against xyloser's 2 remaining decks.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's too much of an issue for Kolbasnik's overall game plan in this set to lose this mirror matchup. I think self-damage is a deck that you expect to get a relatively easy win on both sides, like for both players.
Yeah, I mean, starting with the self-damage mirror matchup, the outcome was very predictable. 1 self-damage deck won and 1 lost, so I'm not surprised by that. xyloser now choose to play J aggro, and Kolbasnik sticks to the self-damage deck. I remember when the first time self-damage came up, It was considered by the casters and I think a lot of people that self-damage into J aggro is an even matchup. However, when people learned how to play self-damage, it became much stronger. So I see Kolbasnik here in a very favorable position and having actually the advantage deck-wise. Let's see how this is going.
Yeah, playing out this early 456 on its own without any buffs means that it will likely be picked off by the Radiant Brigade. However, that does mean this Engineers Battalion will stick, at least for a few turns. And Kolbasnik's hand, these Winter Warfares are powerful against the hordes of 1 health units in Jagro. However, that's not really what we're seeing on the board right now, and there's no 34th to discount, there's no more 456th to buff with them.
I don't know if the Engineers Battalion will stick looking at Winter Warfare and Akita Regiment. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, I love the first rifles here. Of course, Winter Warfare is much more proactive play. And killing the 22nd, of course, which is maybe necessary to prevent more Kara from xyloser. But first rifles is just adding so much guards and stats to the support line. I really like it.
The Kagoshima pickup is very interesting for xyloser. He'll probably not want to play it this turn. He'll probably favor playing the key and hope that Kolbasnik does not have double Red Dawn, which he does, unfortunately, for xyloser. But this Kagoshima could be a very key card in this current game situation with this Engineers, preventing Kolbasnik from gaining health.
I don't think Sorry. I don't think Kolbasnik will play double Red Dawn on the key. More like Katyusha, Winter Warfare, and Red Dawn. And Winter Warfare.
Yeah.
To kill the key. Of course, the key is very dangerous for him, and look at that. Winter Warfare is dealing so much damage here. Not only damaging the 33rd Recon, but also killing 3 units and damaging 1. So I don't see any other play. And
This
with
Winter
key,
Warfare just dealt 10 damage. If you count all of the targets it hit, that was 1 credit, deal 10 damage.
it was strong. Kolbasnik, of course, has to kill the key. And Katyusha plus Red Dawn will seal the deal, bringing it down. And of course, he's down to 13. But the Engineers Battalion looking really good here.
Yeah. And we've spoken a lot about when you should play Feigned. And here I would actually much prefer playing out the Akitas, because just looking at Kolbasnik's board, it's very, very wide at the moment. So these Akitas have an incredibly high chance to hit a unit when killed. And there's a few specific cards that you would like to hit with the Akita, whether it be the Engineers, which has Smokescreen, and it brings it into range of dying to Desperate Measures or Bombing Raid, or just killing this
Katyusha.
Akita. Or, sorry, the so
which is an artillery guided by the first rifles. The
double
Akita
hits onto the first rifles.
double hit. That was unfortunate for xyloser. And now Kolbasnik is able to trade away the entire board. I think this might be a good turn.
This is a feigned turn.
For feigned retreat. Of course, you could drop all of the units and even pin one.
And that is what xyloser is going for. He's valuing getting out these cards in hand. He can pin, likely going to pin the Katyusha. But that does delay Feigned a turn, which means it's delaying him having an incredibly high chance to draw into the key cards he's looking for, like a Desperate Measures or a Bombing Raid.
Yeah, that's true.
And Kolbasnik's in a bit of an awkward spot. He certainly has the advantage, especially not knowing what xyloser has in hand. But there's just a lot of different ways to play it, and you're sort of, with your support line full, and your hand being largely units, it's a little uncomfortable to try to play this out.
I
Choosing
don't
to
like
use
him
from the people, save a bit
playing
of
from the
damage
people.
on his HQ.
He's at 17 right now with Engineers Battalion in field. So he could have dropped a Jking7 or another unit reduced. Look, it's the KV1! The KV1 top deck right after the Frightened Retreat. This is a nightmare for every J-Acro player, and one of the strong reasons why self-damage is good against J-Acro. xyloser now is going to draw a ton of cards. Every unit he deploys gives him another card draw, and the KV1
Early
dealt.
Sendai, though, is really important, and with
Is he
Kolbasnik
dealing
having
more
played
damage? No, it just got Sendai straight away.
Akita again going face, xyloser not particularly lucky with his Akita hits, but that early Sendai is very, very important because Kolbasnik has played 2 Red Dons. He does not have one in hand, which means he's not getting this KV back anytime soon.
You don't know, he's getting 2 card draws, and there's the
Oh,
Red
and there's
Dawn.
the 3rd Red Dawn, which means he does have to
Kolbasnik.
move up Katyusha if he wants to get the KV back.
Or the Engineers Battalion. Possible too, but definitely not a good choice. But yeah, having the Katyusha up, playing Red Dawn from the people, save HP because his front line is full anyway. This time I do agree a lot with this turn. More damage from the KV1.
And xyloser essentially needs to top deck Sendai.
Zarados?
The Arado's actually
Killing
killing him instantly. I mean, even if he had drawn the Sendai, even if he had played 35T, drawn the Sendai, I don't think he was coming back at 2 health.
No,
And
probably not.
yeah, we see self-damage now 2-0, 2-1, I suppose, if you count the mirror matchup. And this is why I recommended both players banning self-damage. We see self-damage just getting a win for each player without too much worry. And now they're left with each with a Japan, German feigned retreat, and again it's going to be the battle between U.S. midrange, the U.S. German midrange, and the German U.S. midrange. But first, we're going to get a Jaguar mirror. They're both saving their German and U.S. decks for last, it seems like.
Who does not want to see a good pair of mirror matchups? Well, xyloser's hand looking. I do like turns 3 and 4, but of course, you need to be more proactive. It's all about the first and second turn leading into a good turn 3 to be really favorite in the mirror matchup. And
we actually
xyloser.
see Kolbasnik kept feigned retreat in his opening hand. That is a very interesting, and I would not say particularly common move. So we'll see if that pays off for him later in this game.
Well, definitely not a common move. I mean, he has a ton of turn 1 and turn 2 options. Not the greatest options, but a lot. So right here he could trade, drop the Akita Regiment, even this out for xyloser while going down to 2 HP, of course. xyloser also finding the type 9040k. Looks like he's going to deploy it. I would personally think about Akita Regiment, but of course there's a risk of Kolbasnik's Akita Regiment killing his Akita Regiment with a destruction effect. So xyloser only drops 1 and trying to shift the odds in his favor.
Yeah, I like I call that move the Akita Gambit. When you're in a Jaguar mirror, and you essentially just float credits really early because you both have an Akita and you're banking on not giving your opponent extra value by letting their Akita potentially kill another one of your units. It's a very interesting situation to get into early on in the game in a mirror match.
It really is. Key 83 is being played. Turn 4, very powerful. almost as powerful as the sentiment playing to the left. So bombing rate is not killing the Arado and giving back the key to xyloser, taking really the advantage here right now. Could play type 93, but Arado would cancel that out. Without a
And-
second surprise attack, Kolbasnik, he's just
Yeah,
pinning.
He can't kill Key this turn, so you just pin it, avoid taking 6 damage, and just hope that xyloser doesn't have desperate measures. But as we see, with that extra draw from Key, that draws him into exactly desperate measures, which is just potentially the nail in the coffin for Kolbasnik.
This desperate measures will do so much damage, killing 3 units. Of course, 2 damage to the HQ, and now there's nothing Kolbasnik can do against this key. There is no option for him.
Yeah, he'll need to top deck either a Sendai or maybe another Type 94.
As
Or
desperate
will win.
measures. Top deck desperate measures
would also, yeah.
would have worked. I think
And-
Arado is guaranteed desperate measures, but not enough credits to play bombing rate and desperate measures to kill the key. However, maybe next turn, if there is a next turn.
Yep, with no healing in Kolbasnik's deck, dropping down to 6, potentially 4 health is incredibly dangerous. And very difficult to imagine he can make a comeback. However, xyloser does not currently have any large amounts of burn in hand. These Type 93s can buff the attack of the units.
Look at that. Kolbasnik really trying to
Oh.
avoid the damage of the Akita going to his face, but he's failing with that.
And the Arado top deck, he's played both Bombing Raid and Desperate Measures. So this draws Feigned, and is xyloser the one who runs Audacity?
I think xyloser is the one.
No. No, I
Was it
believe it's
Head?
Head who runs Audacity. So this
Yeah.
Arado is a guaranteed draw into Feigned Retreat. Although he'll probably not need it.
Look at the Akita regiment hitting the first signal regiment, not the HQ. What is really important? Of course, the key is targeting the HQ. This will be 6 damage at least, maybe 7 with the type. But xyloser is just going to pin the little Panzerbefehlswagen to protect the key. Relatively strong move here. Kolbasnik.
He has a
I
few
think-
ways to remove this, but I suspect we're going to just see Bombing Raid, Type 93 attack with the Arado. And that's what we get. And with 2 Type 93s, he could potentially end the game faster than xyloser can really.
Well,
launch
there's a
comeback.
bicycle regiment. Bicycle regiment buffed with type 93 is able to kill the Panzerbefehlswagen. First Arado. This will draw Frightened Retreat. Not good enough, I think, in this situation to just wipe off your hand. So we see the trade, the artillery AA gun, maybe even the last remaining Type 93. No, he holds it.
I think with Desperate Measures and then Whirlwind to the front line to stop a potential Shiden top deck, I think Kolbasnik has won this game. Another Arado that's not going to do anything because there's no orders left in xyloser's deck.
Whirlwind going into the front line, and I guess another attack from the Type 93. 5 damage. It's just a 22nd Infantry Regiment. I don't think there was any way for xyloser to come back.
No,
So
and that's
that's
just
it.
Game. That is incredibly close, and Kolbasnik was on the back foot that entire game. And that keeping Feigned Retreat in the opening mulligan did not really end up paying off, but he still managed to win the game even without it.
Well, he found everything else. Maybe he hold it, so Arado will definitely give you an order to remove units.
That is a possibility. Especially Desperate Measures is one of the incredibly key cards in that matchup, arguably more important than anything else.
So usually I would disagree with Kolbasnik and agree with you all the time. Going second in J aggro, holding on in Mulligan with a friend retreat is not a good idea, but in this case, Aradu was definitely giving Kolbasnik an order to remove. If he would not have drawn any orders, there would be a 33% chance of him getting frightened retreat, not being able to wipe the board, which could have give xyloser the opportunity to win. And maybe Kolbasnik just outsmarted both of us by holding it. Maybe it was a coincidence, I don't know. But it worked. It paid out.
Yeah, Errata is one of those cards that I really like to keep, especially in Jaguar Mirrors, just because
Yeah.
it's guaranteed to draw you into one of the most powerful cards in your deck. And I'll occasionally keep Feigned Retreat if I'm going first in a Jaguar Mirror, just
Yes,
because if
same.
you're going first, you run out of resources significantly faster. So you really are looking for those Feigned Retreats. But I think it's more important to have a strong opening hand. Although, as we saw, Kolbasnik did not necessarily have the strongest opener. He just had a Type 94, and then on turn 2 he had the Akita Regiment, and that was enough.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Akita Regiment is super strong in J aggro mirror. Often trades 2 for 1, being very credit efficient also. Sometimes even more efficient than the Raiding Brigade if you don't have the right targets to choose. So, well, at the end, Kolbasnik did it and was able to secure this mirror matchup for himself after losing the very first match in the mirror matchup with self-damage.
And that means we're going to be left with Kolbasnik just having US-German Frontline versus the Japan-German Feigned Retreat of xyloser and the US-German Frontline mid-range deck. Or sorry, the German-US Frontline mid-range deck of xyloser. So at this point, obviously being up 2-1 is an advantage, but how do you think Kolbasnik's US deck will do or be favored into the decks of xyloser?
I think it's not great into J aggro. It's really hard. Well, depending if xyloser is not finding turn 1 opening and xyloser not finding turn 1 opening and Kolbasnik is able to get a Red Devils into the front line, he can win.
It often comes down to who goes first in US mid-range versus Jaguar, I find, especially with the Red Devils. And
speaking of the devil, we are into this matchup. It's US frontline against the J aggro from xyloser, and Kolbasnik is going first.
Yeah, we see Kolbasnik going first, but xyloser has the much better hand.
Oh, this hand. I mean, there are tons of 32nd Infantry Regiment. You again, Kolbasnik. I'd like to remind you that you're playing in the best of 5, so of course it's xyloser again. Joking, of course. xyloser is getting into the front line with the Cavalry Regiment. Look who's getting ready. The Red Devils are waiting for an opening.
And this is a pretty awkward position for xyloser. Yeah, I would go for the Akita because worst case scenario, Red Devils comes up, you can always just play Type 93, trade into the Red Devils, and then you have a 50-50 to take out the 32nd in the support line.
Oh, Kolbasnik could have played the dive bombing first to kill the Akita Regiment. He chose for the power play, the stats play, like typical for the frontline. Combat Engineers, Red Devils. So xyloser has to play the Type 93 Akita into the Red Devils, taking out the 32nd Infantry Regiments, evening this out relatively. What is a little bit critical for Kolbasnik, because he needs to get units into the front line to make value of Sherman. And xyloser is having the desperate measures ready.
And this is the second time we've seen Kolbasnik move combat engineers into the front line, and again, I think this is going to be punished pretty hard, whether it is by desperate measures or even just bicycle regiment 35T or even Akita 35T. This
Well,
combat engineers is not surviving.
to be fair, Desperate Measures would have killed the combat engineers and the support line as well. But yeah, this Desperate Measures took away the ability from Kolbasnik to get a draw with Sherman. Sunstrike will kill the Akita regiment, and Wirbelwind takes the front line. xyloser, of course, he was desperate, and now he has one less credit, so not that many opportunities for him, but slowly building up his defenses.
Blitzkrieg is not a card you want to draw in this situation. We'll likely see the We Can Do It come out, just looking for a US unit to potentially draw off of with the Sherman.
I don't know about this play.
Yeah, it's a little odd, I suppose. There's a few very hard punishes, like Raiding Brigade, but even then, it's Raiding Brigade would allow him to keep a 1-1 tank. But I suppose at this point in the game, he just wants as many of xyloser's units dead as possible, just so he can potentially get back into the front line. This Hellcat will let him hit the Bicycle Regiment and then stay alive to trade again, and he'll have enough credits to play the PIR, but the game is running away from Kolbasnik.
As soon as the Kagoshima regiment moves into the front line with the ambush mechanic, there's no possible unit right now for Kolbasnik to have more than 5 damage. So he has to trade 2 units into this ambush effect, while xyloser is just putting more units after units into the battlefield. Tank 35T, 32nd Infantry Regiment are being deployed. 6 damage into the HQ, and there's a Shiden on top of that, top decked after the end of the turn. Kolbasnik is running out of options very fast.
And I absolutely love that play from xyloser, just choosing to go face with everything. He's recognized that at this point in the game, he doesn't need to trade anymore. Kolbasnik is just running out of cards. This Kagoshima prevents healing off of a potential We Can Do It, and he can just press the advantage, press the HQ, and he's just going to set up lethal. And he doesn't have it this turn, but with Shiden in hand, 4 units in the front line, 5 if he moves up to 22nd, and Kolbasnik's only card is a Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, this is not enough. Kolbasnik was not able to hold the front line to get draw from Sherman and running out of steam. So xyloser again wins with his J-Aggro deck. So J-Aggro and self-damage, both player won with both of those decks, leaving them to the final match, the 5th decider, who's winning the 3rd spot here, the bronze match. And this will be Frontline against Frontline.
And yeah, this is exactly the position xyloser was in the semifinals against Head. And in this position, the US Frontline of Head came out on top pretty convincingly over xyloser. So we'll see if that was just a coincidence, or we'll see if that happens again. And
well, we will see. I can't wait to see if xyloser, well, will prove all of us wrong and deciding that German US frontline is available and actually strong, or if Kolbasnik will just destroy the weaker version of frontline.
And I would really love to see xyloser go first, because we saw him go second against Head in this matchup, and arguably there's a pretty big impact in a US midrange or German US midrange.
I think
Mirrors
xyloser is going first.
So that's good. We'll see. I think going first, if we see him lose against US midrange going first and going second, I think it will pretty convincingly say the US ally or the US main nation one is better. But this is a pretty good start by him.
Both are having good starts. Well, Kolbasnik has 2 the 32nd Infantry regiments, not that great. xyloser finding the Red Devils, sending them into the front line, giving Kolbasnik a real tough time. It's so hard to remove those. So Kolbasnik just choose to deploy 2 more 32nd Infantry regiments.
And the Red Devils is going to protect this Nebelwerfer, which is going to come down, pick off a 32nd, and this is just going to be 14 Kolbasnik's units.
Look at that
for
Nebelwerfer deployment
foreseeable
effect
future.
killing one. What is Kolbasnik able to do against the Red Devils? He cannot even trade because he
he can't
needs
even kill
4
Red Devils.
credits for he can't even sacrifice to kill the Red Devils. Is there anything he can do?
I'd like to see you just playing the 35T and attacking into Red Devils. You get to deal 2 damage to it, bring it down to 1 health while developing a unit.
But the Panzer 35T is a very good unit to attack into the Nebelwerfer after he got the Frontline.
Yeah, he's choosing to play half-track instead. And this does develop the unit as well. This prevents 32nd from getting up, but it keeps this Red Devil at 1-3. And xyloser is almost certainly not going to attack into one of Kolbasnik's units with this Red Devil, since it costs
Definitely not.
Kolbasnik an extra credit to do the reverse. And Kolbasnik's just sort of back in the situation. He still can't do Hellcat kill Red Devils. He can half-track Red Devils, but it will just move right back up and bring a beef with it.
He can use the 2 units, 2 32nd Infantry Regiment to kill Red Devils, and leaving no field behind. He's choosing half track and deploying more units. But again, this allows xyloser to freely attack with Nebelwerfer.
Yeah, this Nebelwerfer has already killed 2 units, and we're about to see it kill a 3rd.
How
And that will
about
leave xyloser 4 credits left to do really whatever he wants with.
you could use this what's this campaign card again? 4 credits.
Oh, Pursuit?
Is xyloser running Pursuit?
Yeah, that's Pursuit.
Okay, that's Pursuit. I would like that card here. Well, he's not choosing to, he's just deploying more units.
Yeah, I think he might be saving Pursuit, especially for like a We Can Do It unit or a very expensive unit like a Sherman.
Hellcat will finally take out the Red Devil. But that's it. Everything Kolbasnik could do this turn.
And here I think is a good Pursuit turn, because it's going to let you get 3, maybe even 4, if you play the 35T as well, units to the front line, and it lets you attack with the Nebelwerfer to kill the Hellcat, plus you're retreating one of these 30 seconds off the board. So you're leaving Kolbasnik with 2 units, getting 4 to the front line to protect this Nebelwerfer.
Yeah, Pursuit would be very powerful here. However, xyloser chooses not to. He's just trading. However, trading with Nebelwerfer is giving you a great advantage. And
Oh, and he
the
even
combat
has the Volkswagen.
Yeah, combat engineers moving into the front line with 32nd Infantry Regiment, getting the sneak deployment with Panzerbefehlswagen, deployment of the Panzer 35T with 3 damage into the front line.
But with,
Again, there are 3 units in the front line, and Kolbasnik is having 22nd Infantry Regiment and
but with
99th
dive bombing,
Infantry
he can take out the Nebelwerfer.
with dive bombing.
Dive bombing on the 32nd, it will free up the support. It will free up the front line, which will allow the 35T to move up into the front line and kill this Nebelwerfer. But he is.
But
being
he
left.
does not have any infantry unit anymore to get the deployment.
He has combat engineers in the far left of his hand.
So he still has enough credits. 4 credits it is.
But look at this. I believe this Nebelwerfer traded with 5 units. 4 or 5 units for just 1 card, and you can really see that if you just look at hand size right now. Kolbasnik went 2nd, and he has 3 cards in hand, versus the now 6 if you count the card that's going to be drawn off the 22nd of xyloser.
Yeah, but that's only because the 22nd Infantry Regiment drew like 4 cards, maybe 5.
Yeah, and this it really shows that these decks that rely entirely on control of the front line, when they play against each other, it's really whoever takes the front line will just usually snowball incredibly hard. And that's really what we saw this game. It let him keep the artillery safe for several turns. It let him draw 4 or 5 cards off with the 22nd, and it means these 99ths don't do much. It means any Shermans that Kolbasnik will draw in the future won't be drawing.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about xyloser's deck not having Sherman to not abuse that much the front line like the traditional US German deck is capable of. But with the Naval Werfer, if you're controlling the front line and being able to kill units without trading with artillery, it is kind of the same, I think. The control of the board allows you, I mean, in this scenario, in this mirror matchup, there are other decks who are able to reach this backline with almost every card, like air. But in this mirror matchup, this Naval Werfer is a very powerful tool of sustaining, of staying into the front line just by trading better.
And this is just game. xyloser is going to take it. In game 5, 3-2 over Kolbasnik to guarantee himself 3rd place. It's a $250 prize, if I remember correctly. And
Yes.
Kolbasnik, unfortunately, losing in game 5 a 2nd time. But 4th place, it's an open, so he'll still get something to reward himself for his troubles here today. And I think both players can be pretty proud of how they played, especially in this last set. I think they both played really well, and at the end of the day, it was a US mid-range mirror in game 5 where Kolbasnik went 2nd. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot you can do against the Red Devils.
Yeah, sometimes when you don't find the answers against those Red Devils, they're just unbeatable. Congratulations, Kolbasnik, being the 4th today of this KARDS Open Final. Congratulations for your success, and he's taking away $200. Congratulations for xyloser, the 3rd of today's tournament, $250 he will receive very soon for his trouble today. This is definitely enough to buy something and get rid of the pain losing in the first match. So that's already it for us today, I believe. Maybe I need to ask the production team, but of course now we will see the finals, and Spooz and Ollie will bring this to you. Guys, are you ready? Let's kick it over to those, and goodbye everyone. Jking, awesome to cast with you. Hope we will do this again in the future.
Yeah, it's been great, and congrats to our 3rd and 4th place finalists, and good luck to our grand finalists, Head and No and 5.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you to Darkness and Jking for another amazing series. The 3rd series today that goes all 5 games. This has been a nail-biting few series so far. But Spooz, it is time for us to crown a champion of the 14th iteration of the KARDS Open, the last KARDS Open of the year, and the final tournament before we settle who will be this year's world champion. So a lot to be kind of proven, especially for Head in this matchup, as he is about to fight for that world championship next weekend, where both you and I are going to be casting together in Iceland. So before we go and review the deck list real quick and get on into the action, Head, No and 5, what do you think about the series?
Yeah, I think we can just expect another very close series. Both players being really, really well prepared today, as we saw, and also really good players in general, like everyone is that is here today. I would love to see another 5-game series. Looking at the deck list, I think we can also expect something like that, like both players having kind of same deck list, but also completely different deck archetypes, and yeah, it will be a good finals, I expect.
I expect so too, and you know what? I hope that it goes all the way to 5 games, right? Because that would just be amazing. Give us another one of those nail biters. But before we get on into the matches, let's start by taking a look at the decks here from Head. Now, running through them quickly, tell us what we're looking at here, Spooz.
Yeah, Head with the return of the Soviet-US artillery deck performed quite well for him today, and hopefully for him securing the #1 place here today. Second deck is US-Germany Frontline deck. We just saw it being very successful today. Although Kolbasnik lost the bronze match there against the German US Frontline, but it was very dependent on the starting hand there, so we should not analyze too much into that. Then we have Japan, Germany, Feint Retreat, aggro with triple Shinodo and Audacity in Head's deck. Pretty interesting tag. I think we thought played once today, and it had a quite good impact there to the match, and looking forward to see if this can just repeat. And the final deck, I think we did not see it today. There was the Pin Commonwealth deck, a pretty... Yeah, I think there was a time when we saw some pin decks not too successful, and yeah, I'm looking forward if we might see it performing better today, and maybe it's just getting banned, who knows.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be interesting what Head decides to ban, especially if he wants to bring that pin deck to the table. The most obvious ban for him to take out is going to be the Brit Air from No. 5, of course, because a lot of those orders do not pin the air units. So if we take a look at what No. 5 is bringing to the table, we see there that despite the players, of course, bringing stuff from the same nations, not a whole lot of similarity between the deck lists here. No. 5 bringing in the Soviet self-damage, only bringing in the counter-offensive Shinodo combo. There's no Yura, there's no Katyusha or anything from him. Bringing in his Jagro deck, then a Brit Air deck with the US variant, and as we discussed in the pre-game show there, this is a slightly slower tempo one than the Japanese counterpart, focusing more on kind of slowly and surely taking over the game. And finally, ending out with that value deck, you know, that he barely, very barely was able to beat Kolbasnik with. And I mean, given how much he struggled on that deck in that series, I highly doubt that we're going to see that banned from him anytime soon. What do you think?
Yeah, he needed 3 games to win with it once, so I'm pretty sure Head is never going to ban this. Looking at Head's lineup here, I think he's having a good shot with all of his decks against that one. Maybe the pin deck is a little bit, like I said, it can struggle against an opponent that is slamming a lot of big HP units with a lot of attack. That might be a little bit like, you always need combo pieces, right? You need to pin, and you need the surprise attack to kill a unit. Only pinning big boys is not helping you dealing with them.
Exactly. And I mean, I think this is going to be interesting. I think we might be seeing a double Brit ban here. You know, just looking at the 2 lineups, you know, you don't want to bring that pin deck into Brit Air. Brit Air, of course, is an extremely strong deck. And then at the same time, you don't necessarily want to be playing Soviet self-damage or Jagro into a pin deck, right? You know, both can, one naval operation at the right time can kind of destroy your entire board. And we'll see how that one plays out. And yep, bans are ready. And it looks like it's not going to be a double Brit ban. Maybe Head was expecting that Brit ban on his side and taking out the Soviet self-damage there from No. 5. So not afraid of the Brit Air USA variant there. What do you think about these bans, Spooz? Do you agree with both players?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that everyone is valuing the pin deck so strong there. It might just be that no one plays a lot of ground-based. So I think no one expected his Brit Air deck to be banned, and then he's just left with a lot of decks that play mostly ground units. I mean, the ramp deck, the German-US one, has some FWs in it, but yeah, I think he just does not want to deal with this pin fiesta there, and that's why he's just banning it and gets it out of the way.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely correct. I think this was a little bit of a mind game there for Head, you know, just going for the Soviet self-damage ban. knowing that, or expecting that no 1-5 was going to take out that pin deck because he was expecting his Brit Air deck to be banned and therefore being locked in with 3 ground-based decks. So that's interesting. We're seeing Head mess with the head of his opponents, and that's going to be interesting to see if that continues on into the World Championship Grand Finals coming at you next weekend.
Yeah,
I'm starting to get excited.
Will also be interesting to see if we can get all these phrases out next week about Head's name. We've already heard a lot of them, like headquarter and head to head, and we have
There's a special meeting. There's a special meeting. As soon as you land, guys, we're doing a special meeting. Head puns, right? It's going to be a secret dossier.
12-hour meeting just about
Yep.
this. Looking forward to that one.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, there's nothing more important than making bad puns when you're on air. So
Absolutely, I absolutely agree.
Okay. Yes.
So what do we expect both players to bring first here? Is there anything that is strong from both players against the other lineup in general? Like maybe Head bringing US German Frontline first here?
I think my prediction, Head's going to bring Soviet artillery. No 1-5 is going to bring Brit Air. That's what I predict.
Okay. I mean, Head did bring the Soviet artillery deck first in the first series, right? So there's a good chance he's just bringing it first again. And I kind of agree that No One might bring the air deck first. Just thinking how the matchup is there. So I expect No One to play Albacore 2. So that is a good answer. Like, if if xyloser finds the anti-air gun, that might slow down a lot of aggression from No One there. But if No One can find the Albacore or stuff like... No, this is the wrong deck list. Stuff like a Kitty Hawk, for example, that are good answers against this. Because they have smoke screens, so even if he's having units on board and he can operate them, he might still not be able to attack them because they have smoke screen.
Yeah, I mean, I expect if No 1-5 is super smart about it, he would have he will have noticed that Head brought the Soviet artillery game 1 in the first series, and probably doesn't go air because I think out of the decks that Head has, I think No 1-5's air deck does pretty good against all of them. But I think he's probably going to struggle most because of that potential anti-aircraft gun slowing down the pace of what he's playing. Yes, you might find the Albacore be able to get rid of one of it, but we've seen 2-3 being dropped relatively early on in the game, and when you're playing up against air, getting that early momentum going is extremely important. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tough choice there for No One, and we'll see if he decides to go for or what he decides to go for. Personally, I'm bringing air if I'm No One, because I feel like he's very confident in that deck. I also feel like that slower variant that he's playing with the privateers and everything else, it just makes it so that he's able to put big bodies on the board. And yes, the artilleries are scary, right? And there are ways for them to be buffed and they can take out a lot of stuff. But if you get into the later stages of the game and you're able to deal with that early game a little bit, then slowly but surely I think you'll take over the game. And you have a little bit more steam packed into that deck. But, well, we're about to find out.
Ooh.
I was wrong on both accounts. Completely wrong.
Both been completely wrong. I mean, I kind of expected Frontline, kind of, but I could have also agreed that he could just do the RT deck again. But we will have Frontline versus Jaggro. And seeing that Head has the Red Devils in hand, going first here. I mean, No One has the 15th cavalry, so you go to the Frontline first, very likely. Not keeping the 35T. Looks like that is an interesting choice.
I mean, this is a big question for Head. If he drops the Red Devils turn 1, he's going to be in more. I'm not going to say trouble, but he's going to have a slightly more difficult spot. If he drops the 32nd Infantry first, he's going to be able to trade out that 15th Cav and then drop the Red Devils next turn. I think it's interesting that No 1-5 is hovering the mulligan on the 35T. I'm not sure why.
Me too. I don't know. Usually you want to do 15's cavalry into 35T. But maybe... Oh yeah, he was just fooling us.
Ha ha
He
ha.
was playing with us. Want to give us some discussion
He
here.
was playing with our heads, Spooz.
Ooh, and that... Even if he's not head, no one was fooling our heads here. So, we thought 32nd there from head.
So what if no if I'm just goes crazy here and like plays Arado? No. It's
Oh, not with Befehlswagen in hand and your opponent playing a frontline deck. You always want to
Exactly.
be in the frontline first, and you could also expect that head is maybe developing frontline on his side, and then there will be enough spots where you can still drop the Arado.
Yeah, and head going for the trade onto the 15th cap. Now, a lot of people might be wondering, why did he trade out the Befelswagen? It's because the Befelswagen has an operation cost attached to it, whereas the 15th cap regiment does not.
That's the
So-
first argument there. The second is that the 15th was an infantry unit, which could activate 35T next turn
Yeah.
to give it 0 deployment cost. So yeah, it was absolutely correct. And so they're killing the 15th cavalry over that Befehlswagen.
And now, I mean, I guess no 5, he can hope and pray that the Akita hits the Red Devils twice. That's going to be a pretty big opportunity for him. If not, that Sherman is going to come out next turn, and it's going to draw 2 and be a big body on the field. So
Yeah, tough spot here. So could rely on the 50-50 to just shut down the Sherman draw. Could also go 35T, attack once into the Red Devils to give him 2 units on the board to play with next turn. I don't know what is the correct line here. I think I would go 35T in attack. Because if not, you lose your Akita regiment and your 35T is very likely not having 0 operation cost next turn, although he's having the 15th cavalry regiment, so maybe... Oh, that is also an interesting line.
establishing the artillery unit there.
Yeah, also shifting the pressure back to head now, because now he needs to deal with this. And looking at head's hand, not having too many answers to that one. I think we might just see a Sherman here, just to get it on the board, to get the draw.
Could we be seeing a Red Devils and then double 32nd? No, just go for the Sherman. Nice and easy, simple. And I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of establishing the Skytrain early. So, I mean, yes, the AA gun needs to be dealt with, but I quite like seeing an early Skytrain. When was it? I think it was not last OCC, but the OCC before that. We saw like a Skytrain played on turn 3, and it lived until turn 14 or something. It generated so many units. It was crazy.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was the Skytrain, when it comes out early and your opponent cannot deal with it, can provide so much value. But I think at this point here, it was not really the correct spot. You really want to deal with your opponent's units first. Otherwise, he's just going to the front line, deploying 35Ts, pushing Akitas. And yeah, you just find yourself in a situation where you just can't handle all this stuff. So it's better to just control the board first here, and then just find the correct spot to drop the Skytrain.
Control the bird, yeah.
Bird, yeah. The bird is the word. Yeah.
So okay, I digress. No, okay. So now Head does have the ability to take out that AA gun. I'm wondering, is he thinking about playing around strategic bombing? So, would it be something of an insane play to just push the Sherman up into the front line or the Red Devils and play the Skytrain and then just strat bomb next turn?
Could just drop another Red Devils to the front line. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. 2 Red Devils. So that means no one is never going to the front line soon here. And that's a perfect setup for the strat bombing next turn. There comes the
like that.
now.
He's looking for the desperate measures. Finds it!
There it is. But
I mean, that definitely hurts, but it's still going to be a 3-unit strat bomb here.
I wonder if I have a go for it here. You very likely do. Like, usually you don't get that many units in a Japanese support line. On the other hand, you give no one a draw.
I mean, let's.
Keter.
He also just crippled him by two.
Oh
two
yeah, look at the
credits.
credit slots. He just
right?
crippled himself with the desperate measures, and
Yeah.
that is another -2 on the credit slots. That makes it only 4 credit slot, and there's still red devils in the front line, which cost 1 additional credit to attack into.
That's a big thing that stood out to me there.
Also double Hellcat here for head. So he has a lot of potential damage output combined with the Blitzkrieg. Let's see if he finds the correct spot here. Other than Kolbasnik earlier, that always was trying to find the correct spot for the Blitzkrieg to finish the game, but could not find it. Let's see if head is a little bit more successful here with this task.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be tough for head.
The hand is not that great. He has a Skytrain. I think this could be a good spot for a Skytrain. I don't like all the other plays here. Could also go wide with a 30-second, knowing that the Desperate Measures is out. I think he's just going for the Hellcat phase 9 here. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Hellcat allows him to keep pressure on in the front line. If he were to just drop the Skytrain, he would lose a lot of frontline pressure. No in 5 spending 2 credits there. 1 more credit. Now able to take the front line. Gets the Bethelswagen as well. And all of a sudden, this is looking, I mean, not tricky, but it's not looking as great as it did a couple turns ago for head.
Yeah, not really. Head's hand really awkward here. Only good thing in hand is 30-second and 1 Hellcat. Sure, he has the potential to go deep into the research here. Choosing to go penicillin maybe, or even the nukes, which would be lethal, but it's still a lot of credit investment that has to be done, and I think it's just too much to do this against the Jaguar board that even has 4 units on board.
Exactly. Now the question is, how are you gonna trade yourself out of this, right? Are you gonna Hellcat the Mito and then trade? And what are you gonna push into the front line? How are you gonna get control back of that? I guess dive bombing onto the Mito plus Hellcat allows you to establish it in the front line next turn. He goes for the Skytrain trade, and then just the pure Hellcat trade.
Ooh, not the best unit out of that.
And now double Panzer. Oh no, there's no infantry unit. There's no infantry unit for the Panzer 35Ts.
There's one, there's a Mito. But he can only deploy 1 35T then.
Yeah. Well, he gets 3 units into the front line if he adds the Type 94 as well.
Yeah, and this is more problems for head now. Looking at his hand, only having 1 32nd there. I think you might even need the death charges out of the research.
Potentially.
Is he thinking about killing the 10th engineers? Yeah, it's a close one, I guess. Not even doing with the 35T is also interesting. Just wants to get this 1 additional damage in.
Yeah, valuing the damage over the unit there.
So he has another. This is also a tough spot for No next turn. Is he going feign retreat or is he just using his cards first? Like he still has this shit in there, which is a lot of potential damage. But it's still 2 turns away until it can blitz it out once, not even getting use of the Fury ability there. I think it's not a feign retreat turn yet. Also staring down a pretty good support line there from head with still a Skytrain in it.
I mean, I think he needs to deal with the Skytrain, and that's going to come out here. I mean, there's just with head's hand size being so low, there's no reason to give him free units. No, he just wants to go face.
I mean, the support line is full anyways. That's what no one is probably thinking here. Gets him down to 7.
That pin could prove instrumental, right? It means that there's no attack on the unit. Ah, I buffed the wrong unit. And now the question is, do you just have to play the Sherman to just have damage on board? But the Sheedan, that's 4. That's going to take up all next turn. That's going to put him down to 3 HP, which is only 1 above. Okay. Does the depth charges now. So no attack going to be coming out into face this turn. Now the question is, if you're no F5, do you not just rip the feigned retreat here?
Yeah, I think so. Drop the Akita, play the feigned retreat.
Your burn is going to be so strong over the next couple of turns that possibly even.
I mean, what else can you do here? You can just drop the Shiden and then what? Wait for next turn? I mean, the head is down to 2 cards. And I mean, you could have a half track. One of those cards could be a half track. I think it is faint here. No, he's going Shiden. Reading that head is probably not having a half track here.
Yeah, and Sheedan is a difficult one to deal with. And the resources needed to deal with that front line is everything that is in the support line.
Yeah, that's lethal. Head cannot deal with this.
Nope.
He needs both 109s to kill the or this one now. Yeah, he's not having enough attack.
The problem is that ambush on the Sheedan is what wins this game, because the Panzer 35T with the Blitzkrieg is going to have enough damage. Oh wait, he can attack with the Skytrain. He can trigger the ambush with the Skytrain. Right?
Yep. And that's a. Oh wait, what?
Am I wrong? Like,
no, he moved it. He could attack with it, and he could have killed it. It would have cost him all his cards, but he could have survived. Yeah. Absolutely.
I feel like.
Yeah, that's not the first time that we saw Head making some misplays today. He also missed a few lethals earlier. Now he just missed that he could have killed the shit in there to give him another turn. Huh. Not sure what to think about it. But yeah, well-deserved win here for Noen with Jagro against Frontline. Although Head had a really strong start there with 2 Red Devils in the front line at some point, but no one absolutely knew what to do there, fought himself out of the situation, and is in a 1-0 lead now.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time that we see this exact situation come up, where someone has a Skytrain against the Sheedan and is able to proc the ambush and doesn't do it. I'm like, it makes me feel like I'm wrong about being able to proc the ambush with a 0 attack unit, but I don't think so. I think I'm correct that it's possible.
Yeah, it's absolutely. There was a change, I'm not sure, 1 year ago when you guys changed that you can also attack with 0 attack units. It was not possible before, but I think this was definitely a line to kill the shit in there. Attack with the Skytrain, 35T to the front line, Blitzkrieg, kill it.
I mean, at least you're not dead then, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least you delay lethal, and if he, I don't know, feigned retreats, plus, he pops feigned retreat, he gets an order, like top deck next turn, maybe you find a Sherman, maybe you're able to do something, but definitely
better than just losing this turn, yeah. So even if you have a 1% chance, that is better than just 0% chance.
And now, man, look at that. That 3 HP on that Greyhound can be so oppressive in the early game sometimes.
Yeah, all these units have 3 health, and a lot of early game units from Head only having 1 or 2 attack is really painful there to deal with these units there.
What if you just drop the engineers here? It's gonna put them both to 5.
Yeah, that needs a lot of resources now to even kill this Greyhound in the front line there.
I mean, Flampanzer is able to deal with that bomber.
Oh yeah, that's Flampanzer.
If he chooses.
Yeah, that Greyhound alone in the front line is not that big of a threat. So better kill this bomber with it. Oh, he's even bouncing it.
Okay.
Holding the Flampanzer back for a while. Not the worst choice there, because it can be even more annoying later when you have a big 1-drop that is buffed from the close air support. So I think the bounce was kind of correct here.
So would you ever just play HMS Illustrious? Just play HMS Illustrious here? Or just play the Swordfish, push the Engineers up, trade with the Greyhound? I feel
But
like
there are a
that's-
lot of good lines here that no one could take now. HMS and then kill one of the 32nd could be one of them. You could also kill the half track because the bombers have +1 attack from the Greyhound being in the front line. And I don't see any way there besides one Flampanzer how Head can ever reach these bombers there in the support line. Oh, even going the greedier line here with not killing anything in the back line, but buffing the bombers there. Yeah, and the awkward situation now is that, yeah, Head needs to make space to deploy that Flampanzer. Yeah, always do it on a bomber here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, that Flampanzer is just going to get traded out by the other bomber, and no one's able to push a 4-4 up into the front line.
You can also just play Swordfish Empire Strikes next turn,
Yeah.
which would be a lot of damage there, killing the whole support line there from Head. Oh, he's just going for the plain Empire, holding the Swordfish back.
Why is he not going to attack the Flampanzer?
Yeah, that makes no sense, right? Maybe he wants to hold it back for later, but I would strongly disagree with that play. Just drop the other Swordfish.
I mean, I think he can even.
I mean,
just
there's
hold it.
strat bombing risk in 2 turns, but I think it's still the better line.
Yeah, it's still 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically, you should be able to do that next turn. There shouldn't be a whole lot that Head is able to do there. Because I'm still looking at a 4-4 body in the support line and no real threat for Head on the table once that Flampanzer is gone. Everything is just 1 or 2 attacks. So
28 really hurt Head a lot here. Like, this Greyhound is still at 3 health, sitting there. And more units to come there to block the front line and protecting the bombers in the back line. Heresy on that weaker bomber there.
yep, that's gonna get rid of the Sherman.
Taking out the Sherman. The rest goes phase, I guess. Oh, is he playing it safe here? Protecting the frontline units, maybe. But 7 health in the frontline is a lot, actually.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a very no and 5 thing to do to play it safe, to be honest.
Absolutely not. Oh, 2 Wirbelwinds, but none of them in the front line is really painful to watch here. And man, these 2 units in the front line, so annoying for Head there to get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, man, that 3 HP on that Greyhound, it's a difficult one to deal with.
Yeah, and also that one of these one-attack bombers has the pincer ability from the Parisy is additionally annoying, because then you cannot even play a plain Sherman here just to fight yourself through the front line. No, you can just attack with the bomber into it and it just dies.
Yeah,
Ugh.
everything can be traded right now. Very easily. And Monty can even come out and he just go face. That's what, 6 damage face.
Yeah, is he not going for it? He's holding it back. I think he did some math there. He had how much? 6 damage this turn. With the Parisy in the front line, you would have had lethal. But knowing that your opponent has a lot of blitz stuff left, like the Wirbelwind and another
Yeah.
35 Ts, that Parisy is probably not going to force to survive.
No, and I mean it's also just why rush at this point? Why pin the board that you can easily deal with when you might pin something if Head is somehow miraculously able to blitz something out of hand and deal with what you put out? Hellcat can take down the 3-4. Whirlwind can take down the 1-2. It's going to be traded though. The 32nd can take out the 1-2, and Whirlwind. That's what 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So still no way to get into the front line.
Yeah, this is a really scary backline there from Nolan. Oh, we even found the Greyhound.
Gladiator front
Oh
line.
wait, this is 4 plus 3, 7 damage. 8 with the Greyhound attack there. Yeah, now he's playing.
I mean, just go face. Just go face in Monty. There's nothing that Head can draw that will keep him alive next turn, right? Strat bombing won't kill everything that he needs to kill. This is also a safe route. He can trade away the Whirlwind. Even with the strat bombing, he's going to have 5 damage on field next turn.
There he's going for the Monty. Do it.
Wait, he doesn't even have to, right? Like, that Whirlwind does nothing. It can't punch through either one of those frontline units. Can't do anything.
Not too much, at least. There can take out the Greyhound, but even then, with triple plane bombers, you have more than 3 damage there.
I mean, Head would have to dip into some other deck and find a carpet bombing and a dive bombing if he wanted to have a chance of delaying this. He would need to find some miracle somewhere. An asteroid would have to hit No 5's house or something, you know, for him to win this game. That's going to be it. No 5 takes a commanding 2-0 lead here. And he's back on it, Spooz. This is what we saw against Kolbasnik. Then what happened? Kolbasnik 1-2.
Yeah.
Now let's see if Head is able to do the same thing. If he's able to conquer the No 5 deck.
Yeah, I think this deck is just there for Nolan, that is not having it too easy to win. It feels like he's, with the other deck, he's just dominating, taking easy 2-0 leads, and then he's just having that handicap deck here to make it a little bit more difficult.
Still waiting for him to just bring like US Poland legions back, you know, just out of nowhere. Just like, you know what, I like this deck. I'm just gonna bring it.
But now he's up against Jagro, and we saw this matchup earlier, and he just got completely destroyed with this deck against Jagro.
Yeah.
And looking at Head's hand here, there's a bicycle, there's a 15s, but no one also managed to find a dive bombing, and a sudden strike. This could be more equal this time, I guess, than just we saw earlier.
Now, No 5 opting to go for the sudden strike immediately. Now, 1 dive bombing and a sudden strike are gone. That means that, you know, something like Signal Regiment is more safe than it was before that dive bombing was played. Pension 30 AT is going to draw a card. That 15th Cav is going to go into the front line, take up a Felswagen with him. Possibly even a Bicycle Regiment as well.
Going for the Raiding Brigade here.
Raiding Brigade, yeah.
Yeah, not too many good targets for that in Nolan's deck. So he just chose to take the value here, get it out of his hand.
What a top deck.
Fifth Rangers is so good.
He just holds on to it. It's just chilling with it. I'm looking at that Type 93 and the potential that has to impact the amount of damage being done. Bicycle Regiment going to be played and moved into the front line.
Plus Type 93, which is a lot of damage here. He's not going to play it. He's holding it back.
He's just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think he kind of protected it against dive bombing. He knew that no one played a Panzer 3H there, probably looking for dive bombing to get rid of the Type 93. Or sudden strike to get rid of the Signal Regiment. So it was not too likely that it survived the next turn, so you want to have maximum value. But now he's at the same exact situation. Two attack units in the front line plus the diner. So I think we see it this turn for the 8 damage here.
Yeah, I mean, that's 8 damage, right? No 5 is already getting pretty low. If Head is able to find a Signal Regiment and start pinging more into that HQ, remember, there's no healing in No 5's deck.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest weakness of known stack, that is not having a single amount of healing. So anything that touches your HQ here is really, really hurting you a lot. And you have to play it very, very carefully and avoid any amount of damage. It's not like with Italy Ally, you just have triple Mare Nostrum. You can maybe go a little bit lower and deploy a big unit, play Mare Nostrum on it, heal yourself back. No, every amount of damage here could be a potential lose.
Yeah. 4 more damage can be dealt next turn by head. Scratch that. Even more. 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can deal 6 damage.
Yep.
And if he deals 6 damage, then playing that Arado and finding a bombing raid would be enough. He finds the bombing raid, but now he doesn't have the credits. He doesn't have the. Yeah, he does have the credits. He can't play the Panzer 35T and deal damage, but
cannot attack with the Diner then.
yeah.
But yeah, no one has more problems than that Diner. He has to deal with that Shinodu and 35T first. So he does this and this. So he can actually kill the Diner, but not the Aradu at the moment. So yeah, is he forced to just play dive bombing on a one attack fighter there?
I mean, if he expects that the bombing raid is in hand, then yes. Doesn't look like he wants to do it though. He will leave 1 damage on the field, and that 1 single point of damage is going to be enough for Head to take his first game of the series. Unless, yeah, okay,
He's not
it's
seeing
easy. There we go.
This time it's easy. This was an easy one.
Head gets closer to 0-5 here, 2-1, and we have a series. It's not just a complete walkover this time around.
Yeah, handicap mode working here for Known, but I think this is also just the worst matchup he can face with this deck. Yeah, this Japan deck is just too aggressive with all of this damage sources there. It's just too much with no single healing card. So what is Head bringing next game? He's still having access to the US-Germany Frontline deck, or that Soviet RT deck. It could also be really, really annoying for Known. Like, he's playing a lot of Panzers, so the anti-tank gun could be pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's having the advantage there.
I think Head needs to get anything. Like, I like going Artie over Jagro because I feel like over US Frontline,
yeah.
because I feel like Artie has a better chance of starting strong. I feel like that's the main weakness of 0-5's deck. It kind of has similar weaknesses to US Ramp, but it just has different. He's slightly earlier online in dealing out those big threats, right? Think about the amount of 5 and 6 costs in his hands that we always see, right? He's sitting on a hand. He's got like a Swalbe. He's got like 2 Panzer IV F2s. He's got like 2 Falkenwolves. He's got like a Jagged Bomber, and all of a sudden everything there costs 6 or above. So when he is in the early stages of the game, I think he struggles. So if you're Head and you're able to establish anti-tank guns or something like that, I think that's good. Downside is though, when those FWs come out, when those Panzer IVs come out, they're gonna throw those back into your hand and not into the support line. So
yeah, but Head is having a good tech against that, the Petlyakov, which also shuts down half of Known's deck. He's not drawing from the 30 AT. He's not getting the FW deployment effects, not the Panzer IV deployments effect. This could be a pretty strong deck to queue into Known here.
that's a great point, actually.
So looks like both players heavily thinking. I mean, Known is not having that big of a choice here which deck he might bring, but looks like Head is really breaking his head thinking about what he's bringing next here. Wait, how do you do these emotes? How is this working?
I'll never tell you, Spooz. So he's definitely racking his head over what he can bring to this one and what he should do. We'll see if he comes down to the correct conclusion. Maybe he
So
does.
far, known is 1 in 4 with this deck, right? 1 in 3.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 1 in 3. And I mean, it's gonna be crazy if this becomes his undoing. If this is just the deck that has him lose the tournament.
Yeah, he was close to lose the first series playing today, and let's hope it's not his. I mean, yeah, it's kind of difficult. 4 decks, right? And 4 of them have to be equally good. Just one bad deck can lose you a whole tournament. And yeah, I really hope for Known that this is not the case today, and he can manage to get a second win with this.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. We'll see what happens once we get on into the game, but 0-5. This deck's really starting to struggle, and I wonder if we'll see him bring this deck again, or if this is going to be the last time that he attempts to bring it. We haven't seen Campaign Drail do pretty much anything of note in this deck. I mean, he's been played once. It was okay, but he was already in a dominant position at that point.
Yep.
If this deck falls behind, I'm not seeing the comeback potential. I believe... I'm trying to remember how many games we've seen 0-5 play this deck, but I feel like, we're approaching probably like 8 or 9 tournament matches we've seen him play this deck, and I believe I've seen him come back once. So
yeah, there was like 2 or maximum 3 wins with it, but while losing 5-6 games. I mean, he kind of sees something in it, and maybe he convince us here in, just agreeing with him that this is at least an okay deck list to bring.
Okay, so
and he's queuing into Frontline here.
He's queuing into Frontline, but it's a fairly sad start there for the Frontline deck. Combat Engineers finally coming out will allow him to push up the Panzer 35T next turn. However, there's a Hellcat that can answer that's going to be able to be played. There's a 5th Rangers that can answer because there's going to be 4 credits on Noah in the next turn.
Yeah, I really like this combination of War Production turn 2 into turn 3 5th Rangers. I think 5th Rangers was a good addition to the ramp archetype, especially when you can also combine it with Mare Nostrum when you play US Italy. A really strong card overall, which is also very, very good in the later game stages when you can just deploy it as an 8/8. A really good versatile card.
I will point something out here.
Ooh.
This is the first time today and in a lot of games that we see 0-5 get off the in hour of need. He is now at 7 credits. He now has a majority of his deck unlocked, and I think that makes a major difference. I think that makes a major difference, Spooz.
It's also just 1 credit off, bringing that 5th Ranger to be an 8/8, which would be huge here. But combined with the dive bombing, that was just a very good trade. And he knows he could take 3 more damage there the turn before just to play the in hour of need. Because this deck is not having that much damage burst potential like Jagger had or the burn potential. But still, a lot of aggression he has to deal with here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, his hand is nothing to write home about at the moment.
Can deal with 2 of them. Going for the 109s, I expect. Yeah.
Yeah. But the Hellcat can come out. The 5th Rangers can come out. This is potentially 7 damage. But again, then if your head, like, it's going to be difficult to find that last amount of damage unless you just start racking off those research cards.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Head here. He has a pretty dominant start, or he had a pretty dominant start. Might get another good damage out the following turns, but if no one can establish a board on his side here, he's having a lot of credits to operate. Can just get rid of 35T, kill the 5th Rangers or whatever is coming there, and additionally deploy another unit. It could be trouble for Head soon.
I mean, he can bring him down by 7. He can bring him down to 4 HP.
Yeah, which is still out of range from strat bombing.
Yeah.
But yeah, any potential further damage is really risky, therefore, known. Ooh,
Oh, finds the 5th Rangers.
that is pretty good.
That allows him to take the front line and means that the Hellcat damage is going to be absorbed by a unit in the front line, more than likely. What does he find from Africa Corps? He finds a Leopold as well. Another one. And he's at 10 credits. He can pop this whenever he wants.
Thinking of FW is maybe the better choice here. Yeah. Like you can play it this turn, maybe on the 5th Rangers.
Yeah.
Then. So what is he trading into the 35T there? Probably the Panzer 3?
Panzer 3L. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, but the
Either one.
FW it's having 4 attack anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
And that also denies that the 5th Rangers trades into it and survives. Yeah, and suddenly we are at the point here where where known is taking over the game.
Where head is no longer ahead.
Oh, that was a good one actually. Yeah, head no longer being ahead, although he's having a 12 damage lead here. The board state is just changing in Noan's favor, and head deciding to advance the research on his side.
Yeah, now Noan 5 needs to start pushing the damage.
There comes an
And
8-8.
he can put an 8-8 up there. And that's going to be impossible to deal with pretty much. This means that it's a 2-turn clock for head. He's not going to be able to finish the research before that time.
Island hopping, not really what you need in that situation.
Wait, so 6, that's going to take him, he's at stage 2. So he's still going to have to do 6, and then he's going to have to do 9, and then he has to play. There's nothing to pin, there's nothing to stop the aggression from Noan 5.
He could go high altitude maybe and hope for not deploying an additional unit.
That's not what he wants to see.
That's definitely too late with the 32nd here.
I mean, he's able to trade it out with the Hellcat next turn, right? So
Yeah, but
nope,
that's just
never
another
mind. He's not able to
5-5 there.
anymore. It's the 5-5 that's gonna bounce one. The Flampanzer's gonna kill one, and then
I mean, you can still
mean-
kill it. Like 2 of them will stay on the board. The Hellcat is 4 attack, but then there's still 10 damage waiting on board there. So that should be game.
see,
No one doing.
I just remembered. You know, this is the only thing that seemingly makes this deck work for Noan 5 is if he's able to get the War Machine into an hour of need, into you know some cards that help him not be super far behind at that point.
Yeah. On the other hand, Head was also he just ran out of steam a little bit too fast. Like if he would have some Red Devils or found the 32nd earlier in the game, I think it could have gone completely different. But yeah, I don't see any way how he's ever clearing the board here, and that's what Head really needs.
No way
So
for him to clear the board. There is
Yeah.
ranged damage from Noan 5. There is mobile damage from Noan 5, and there is a stationary, slow-moving infantry unit with enough firepower to take out that HQ situated into the front line. This is gonna spell the end for Head. Nothing in his hand will help him deal with this. He does not have any nukes. He does not have any long-range damage. The 3 damage from strategic bombing is not going to be enough, and it looks like Noan 5 is going to be the KARDS Open 14 champion here.
Yeah, there's nothing that can stop him. Absolutely nothing with this hand. Head
There
just
we go.
realizes. Nice. Congrats.
Congratulations to Noan 5. What, 5 games, 2 wins with his what we could call at this point signature deck. Nobody else makes it work, but No1-5 finds the crucial victories, both of which were fairly close. Keep in mind, right? Keep in mind that if Head had pushed all the damage that he could to the HQ and then a strat bomb, it would have left No1-5 on 1 HP. Against Kolbasnik, it was also a very, very close victory. So, I'm not ready to jump up into the air and say, oh, this deck's actually good. I think it's actually not that great. I just think No1-5 was somehow able to be lucky enough not for their opponents to run out of steam just quick enough for him to take those 2 victories where it mattered the most.
Yeah. Also, no mistakes today from no one. Really well played Head. We just saw him make some quite mistakes, missing lethal, just not calculating stuff correctly there, and therefore we have a really, really well-deserved winner in No1-5, and he just showed that he's one of the best in the community, especially in tournament scenario. And yeah, congrats from my end, and really good cards open today here.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Let's take a look at the final standings in the bracket so that everyone at home can see how this one ended up. There we go. It is confirmed. No1-5 is your KARDS Open 14 champion. Head taking home 2nd place. I mean, not a terrible thing. It definitely probably did want to take that win with him into the World Championship weekend, but that wasn't to be today. Then xyloser taking home 3rd place. Kolbasnik rounding out our prized spots, taking home 4th. Congratulations to everyone. Of course, the KARDS Open, a tough tournament to even get to the top 16, let alone the top 4, let alone becoming the champion. So welcome back to your winning ways, No1-5, and congratulations to everyone else that played today. Now, before we head off here today, Spooz, it is worth reminding everybody, It is worth reminding everybody that next weekend we are going to be having the KARDS World Championship. The 2022 KARDS World Championship is going to be happening. Now, I want everybody to make sure to mark their calendars right now. Next Saturday, Sunday, you're going to be locked in front of your screens watching who will become the next world champion. One of our co-casters here today, Jking, has the chance to become back-to-back world champions in cards, a feat that no one has ever managed to do so far. That's going to be, of course, huge, but he has a lot of challengers that intend to stop that from happening. That's going to be Birdo Burrito, it's going to be Head, and the final one is going to be Bamboo, yes. So all of those talented players are looking to stop that from happening. That's going to be 2 days of jam-packed with action. The highest of the highest levels of cards action is waiting for you next weekend, so don't miss a beat. Root for your player. Make sure to post this around on social media. Try and tell your friends and that might be interested in card games, hey, look, there's this world championship happening. We should watch it together. Get your family on board. Call your brother, call your sister, call your uncle, call your aunts. Everybody, right? It's a fun family affair. Was it a good promo? Yeah, you liked it?
Perfect.
All right, awesome. Well, Spooz, any final words before we sign off here today?
No, but I'm definitely watching World Championship.
You're not just watching it, you're casting it. So if you want to see more of this guy's handsome face, make sure to tune in next weekend. All right, from all of us here today, myself, Spooz, Darkness, Jking, Alien, and Markthius in the back, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next weekend for the KARDS 2022 World Championship.